This is a level 1 donation alert. Report to battle stations. Let's go.
Hello, team. Hi. Okay. Hi. Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. Oh my goodness. I'm not ready. Hello, chat. Welcome in. Sorry for the delay. I had to use the restroom really quickly. I was getting everything set up and I was like, why do I feel so anxious? Because I haven't used the bathroom. Chat, welcome in. How we doing? Lovely. Okay. We got the stream set up on every place. I made a TikTok and a small form YouTube video overnight. That should be going out after the end of the stream. I also made myself a very quick breakfast. It's an early morning stream. Not something I normally do, but I'm very happy to be a part of it. In fact, it's an early morning stream. I'm gonna have myself a little bit of a Coke to get through it. Chat, this is day 6 of the entire program for the One Up for Survivors donation campaign. It is a phenomenal time. We have been raising money for Fred Hutch this entire week. This is one of our streams that we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing a couple more streams. Ending next week, or ending this week, basically, because it's Sunday. Today we're going to be playing some Deadlock. I'm a little tired because, again, I just woke up. Running a little late, but that's okay. I'm still waiting for people to come swing in. But Christian, I appreciate you for the $5 donation. We will get started when I get into a match. We'll do one-handed gaming. How does that sound? I see the $5 donation there. We'll be playing some Deadlock.
We love the content across all platforms.
Thank you. I'll be posting it on Instagram as well. It's like a whole like bits of clips that we've made across our first stream with Steve the Wretch on Elden Ring. I'm not gonna lie, I put a little turkey sandwich is really good. Exactly what I needed. Exactly what I needed, chat. I got a couple people in my house sleeping, so I can't be too loud today. Also, I was screaming a lot yesterday, so I need to calm my voice down a bit. If I need to, make phone calls and talk to people in my day job on Monday, But today, chat, we're going to be playing some Deadlock. I have it queued up. We are at 200 and something deaths, chat. I think overall, and again, we are raising money for Fred Hutch. Fred Hutch is a research facility and treatment center in the greater Seattle area. And they do cancer research. They do infectious diseases research. They do research on basic sciences to find and understand the processes that our bodies perform in order to survive. By understanding those and understanding the processes in which cancer and other diseases perform, we can do better and finding ways to basically eradicate them from our bodies. They do that through generous donations from people like you. They do that through immense community support. They do that through amazing hangouts where we get to play video games and yell at a screen for people to throw money at us. And can I be real for a second? I want to be real for a second. Chat. This is All of this is because of you. You know, I couldn't possibly dream of spending my free time hanging out, playing video games, while also being a part of such a big and loving community. Never would have dreamed this. I mean, look, we've currently raised, right now we're at $423. Um Last year we raised 675. That gets us over $1,000 raised per Fred Hutch. Like overall, right? Not just this year, but like last year as well. The fact that me and my community was able to help raise over $1,000 for a cancer foundation, a cancer research facility, you know, like I never would have dreamed this. You know, like this doesn't like, you know what I'm saying? Like this is just absolutely, it boggles the mind. A guy who just wants to play video games and hang out with friends, you know, make some jokes along the way. You never would have thought that my content and my community would get people um excited to be raising money. Like that's just exciting. Chad, to have such an impact is so amazing to me. And I'm trying to be real, and it's just like it makes me slightly emotional when you think about it. Like it's me, you know, like why, like it's just I'm just happy that I'm a part of um this sort of community. I'm a part of the community that we're building, and I'm happy with the community that we have currently built so far. I really appreciate all of the support y'all have given me over the years. I've been streaming for a while now, and every day I come to it and I'm like, yeah, this is it. I'm very happy. This is exciting. Um I do truly appreciate every single donation, every single chat, every single subscriber and follow. I really appreciate you all. So thank you all so very much from the bottom of my heart. I really appreciate it. Um, Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's play some video games. Thank you. Cool. Let's do it. There we go. Yeah, the minor update that came out a couple days ago. Okay. Currently, we are at 211 deaths. That's exciting. That's good. I feel like we can get those numbers up, though. I totally think we can get those numbers up. In order for me to do that, we gotta play some games. Let's play some games with characters that, I mean, no matter what, this game makes me die a lot, so we'll be playing this no matter what. Standard match. Oh, that's
Sorry,
it.
I'm a little late. Had to finish the chapter I was on.
Okay. You can do an early morning match. Let's see who's online. I'm starting to think actually, chat. So it's all these TikToks, with all these like videos I'm making, all these like VODs. I'm thinking I might need an editor. Like, I have hundreds of hours of content that I need to figure out. Like, can someone like make sense of this for me? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how do they do it? How do streamers do it? I'm not trying to say I'm like a pro level streamer, chat, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how do they do it? You know, I saw a TikTok the other day where there was a guy who was breaking down their like how much they made per TikTok, how much they made per editing, and they were like, yeah, I started out making it like for $10 a video, and I was like, you know, I get it. I think that'd be great. You know, like, I don't know. I honestly don't know. If anyone could like tell me more info on, you can tell me, you know, someone tell me more info, more info on like how that works. What's the going rate these days? What am I supposed to do? You let me know, because I've been looking online and it's like there's just a lot of like. There's a lot of information here. As in, and I don't mean like, oh, there's just a lot of information, you know, Karatsu can't read. No, there's just a lot of weird information too. Like, there's a lot of information that we're like, where do I explain it? Like, people will just post out the randomest stuff, especially because, like, you know, streamers, there's so many streamers out there, and it's so hard to differentiate yourself from other streamers. You know, you just need an account and a game, and you can just play. But how do you get good? You know, how do you become a good streamer? I honestly don't know. And there are people who are selling. Oh, we're playing rap. There are people who are selling those tips, those tricks to get to that next level. And I take it with a grain of salt. I don't know. It confuses me, chat. Maybe I just need one person to just set me straight. I'm a little chilly. I should have put on real pants. I love this theme so much.
You have a hat, and I have a hat.
That's right.
We're Hat Brothers.
Sure.
Brothers for life.
Hat Brothers.
Update 7.
Alright. I'm not trying to leave some dead air. Let's gotta start killing these dudes.
know he'll help me.
I'm going back for a second run.
I won't lie. I don't know what
Yeah, I'm running back a little bit
kid
too.
says all the mystics are buying it.
Let's do some farm.
Victor's right here.
Good shit.
We're buddies. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
They do lots of things.
Thank you for those heals.
Going to shop.
Good luck completing the ritual.
Head to York.
They're great at shuffleboard.
Here's your chance.
We did it! They took out Infernus.
Damn,
Oh
sorry.
no. Good kill though. Good kill. We haven't died yet, so that's good. We're bad for charity, right? You know?
Stay out.
Oh, good heavens.
You can't run forever.
You're not nice. That's fun.
I see you.
See Victor.
Who's with me?
They took out your furnace.
Not bad, Rem.
Sorry.
That was my eye fucked up.
No, it's all good, buddy. That's a death, chat. That's a death. Alright, I don't think I want to do a cold front. We're gonna do.
I should go by the curiosity shop.
We're gonna do sprint boost and get Guardian. Yeah. Hidden the our
Just
Guardian.
going for our center over here.
Someone's using their noodle.
Move up.
I see kill.
Oh, that's another one.
That center's one hit over there, Rem, if you want it.
Understood. I got two dudes on me.
See Victor. Where'd my new friend go? See great talent.
I see great talent.
I gotta back out.
All right, now it looks like I'm straight feeding. All right, that's enough.
They're great at shuffleboard.
child of Ixia.
I'll find my way.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
I need to be taking a lot less damage.
Dude, this combo is kind of fucking annoying.
Yeah, I know, right?
One by one.
Maybe we should switch up lanes or something.
I'd be down with that.
Yeah, I'll go yellow Wraith.
Yeah, Rem is hard on blue.
Or you want? Okay, you go. I'll stay blue. You go.
Yeah, who said it?
Play with me.
Who wants to take blue?
I can go blue. I'm ready.
Got it.
We need like a little more pressure on these guys. They're
Oh, for
just
sure,
fucking
for sure.
annoying.
Coming blue, Vic.
They took out Inferno.
Dude, he's so strong. Is there anything I should build against Victor?
They destroyed the Guardian on yellow.
Damn.
Don't let them deliver the urn.
We can go defend this.
Oh, they crashed in blue. They crashed in
The
blue.
urn has been dropped.
Holy, what is happening?
They're all here.
They took out Infernus.
I have enough arrows for all of you.
Going to yellow.
They destroyed the Guardian on blue.
What can I buy now?
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Fucking 1 in 5 is crazy.
King's strength will be yours.
Yeah, it's hard. This one's a hard one.
Someone's gonna be bleeding on the concrete, and it ain't gonna be you.
They destroyed the Guardian on green.
How is he still hitting me in the Guardian when I'm under? What the fuck?
We need some spirit recess for that Victor and the Apollo.
Yeah.
For pretty much all of them.
Do you have a recommendation for like what's a good spirit resist? I'm very new to the game.
Spirit shielding.
I got 2 on me.
There's no shame inducing to me.
This is going to be a rough game.
Oh, for sure. The trick is not dying, Chad. Let's stick with...
Just try not to feed like in Furnace. Don't push up there by yourself. Stay back.
Yeah, I'm already backing off.
Our yellow walker is under attack. Defend green. The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Where's Urn? Urn's over there, got it.
I know you'll help me.
Alright, we're just trying to get as many of these little bad guys as we can.
Your mind and spirit will be reforged.
Let's push this yellow real quick.
Yeah, I was pushing yellow.
Stay help.
Broadway is under attack. Greenwich is under attack. They destroyed the walker on Greenwich.
Ram, pull back. Jump out of me.
Running. I'm back.
Stop them from delivering the urn.
Urn's on yellow. At least I'm staying on yellow.
There's no point to contest that. We do not have the money. I just push something else. Push a walker or something.
Okay, maybe we push... You sure? Because then...
Dude, this Calvin's a little turd.
No, they're all gonna push yellow
So
then.
they're just sitting on top of a building, just trying to shoot me from so far away.
I'm gonna protect Walker on yellow.
They claimed the urn.
Don't be a jerk. I have friends.
Okay. Oh. What happened? You feel me?
Oh, it's a tempting after. I don't know.
The fuck did I do?
See if we can take some hats. is that? No. I don't see Calico, right?
They're about to push blue hard.
If only Edric could see me now.
Take the king's boon and be blessed.
Good kill.
And up they go.
Thank you.
It's not your fault you're not better than me. It just is what it is.
Wow, sorry, I'm feeding as well. Oh, this is insane. I like
This is
can't
so
do
bad.
anything.
Come help.
If you have like 18,000, just hold the lane where they're not there and just farm. Like yellow, there's no one there. Just farm that. Oh, never mind, the one bitch is there. Yeah, go to the lane where there's no one there, just farm.
Destroyed our yellow walker.
If Raid Talon is fucking you up, by knockdown. Jumps
Good kill.
Way to go. Hi, friends.
This is a good one.
Please don't bolt in my shop.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
I know it'll help me.
Good, running away. Whee! Okay, we flying back in.
Hope you find your way home, kid.
Grab that. Help green.
Headed to green.
No. Anything I can do? I don't know where they went.
Oh yeah, also, if you're like, when I said to, nice killer, when you're farming, like lane, don't push up, especially we don't have walker.
If like I was close, like if I think you can take like the walker on their side, should I not try?
That's a great question. Chat, where the hell is doubles, right? It's right here.
I get one or two people over here on blue, they're gonna push.
Coming to blue.
Never mind, they didn't now.
I'm just gonna farm green side.
They're great at shuffleboard.
You know how to steal sinners?
Yeah. They've been doing their own. so I can't really jump in. Let's go yellow.
I see you, Victor.
Memory. I see a power.
Gotta make my move.
You're finished.
Lifted.
You don't have a chance.
Broadway is under attack.
Gamble in yellow.
Good escape. Thank you.
God, Apollo is so annoying to fight.
He just zips around. You can't even hit him.
Good kill.
And we must be ready.
I gotta go back to heal for a second.
Walker is under attack. Defend the stronghold. They're running with the urn.
All right.
I
30
see
minutes.
you, Victor.
Things.
All right. We stayed alive for now.
See, great.
That should hit. Does no damage. Okay. Walk. Just leaving.
The urn has been dropped.
Heading to blue.
A blue walker is under attack.
This doesn't feel very safe.
Good.
Death is coming.
You guys help. Don't be a jerk.
Why are you picking a fight you can't win?
Call me, guys.
How does Victor have his ult so much? I like that rejuvenate.
They took out Red. I'm a friend.
Superior cooldown.
Good kill.
Learn team.
I think at some point it can be like 90 seconds or whatnot.
It just seems like he has like literally all the time.
in furnace.
Yep, I'll go.
Someone might be there, so just be careful.
I'm still trying to learn the map, so I get a little confused sometimes.
Where'd he go?
They do lots of things.
What is happening? This game is going pretty well, if I may say so myself.
Find your way home, kid.
I take that back. Oh, I needed Boundless Spirit yesterday.
Close my eyes for a second.
They're gonna team fight in mid, everyone get to mid.
You're not nice. I know you'll help me.
Oh no, Victor's won. Oh no, that's another
The
death.
dead are stirring in Midtown.
Ugh. Hate to see it. Oh no. I don't have my gun investment, right? Oh, looking at someone else. I was like, what do you mean? There we go. Yeah, I should have gotten more gun. What am I doing? 4.8. I don't have 4.8 yet. And they're getting rejuve. Rough, rough, rough. Actually, I don't need this.
Now, if anyone can buy knockdown for his ult.
Ooh, sorry, I did not mean to steal that.
That's okay.
It's not stealing, it's securing.
That's right.
Yeah, fair, but...
Don't push too far up.
Come out!
Just go green.
Coming with you to green. Gonna try and steal some of their.
Grey Talon hurts, oh my god.
There's a lot of spirit damage. Furnace, why are you
Stay together, y'all.
I'm okay, bro. I know I can get out on this guy most times.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed. this gift.
Oh, I missed. Need help. Victor just found me. Ugh, not ideal. Okay, we need one more.
It would appear that I'm on a roll, yes?
No, it's probably over. It's over for us.
We need to stop them from progressing further. Defend the
I don't have the luxury of mercy today.
How are they able to?
We haven't been counter buying. They have a lot of healing, a lot of shutdowns.
Good game.
We had fun.
Everyone gave it their all.
Good game. That was a rough game. That's okay. That's what you get.
Our victory, unexpected, is satisfying nonetheless.
Oh, rough. I got like third most healing or something. What I needed to do was not die as much. They did a good job. Everyone did well. We died, but that's okay. And what are we, Seeker 3? What does that mean? I thought I was higher than Seeker. I'm Seeker 5? Oh no, I deranked so much. I was an Arcanist and now I'm here. Oh, I see. Oh no. Well, the ranks don't necessarily matter, but it does kind of tell you like if your skills are improving. In my humble opinion. And I could have sworn my skills were, but that's okay. Oh boy. There we go. Cool. Making sure that everyone is set up in my Discord. Oh, what up, homie? What? Why is that? What the? Oh, okay. Cool. I got a ghost notification. You know, I liked the build, though I don't think I need. I don't know if Cold Front and Arctic Blast are needed. I don't know. I don't know. I'm also not fully sure about half of things. I don't even think Phantom Strike was needed. Teleport, pull them to the ground. Did they nerf this at all? Because it wasn't working well against the Apollo, or was that, or were they getting disarmed in another? Like, they were using their abilities. I don't know. They need to be cursed. Scourge, apply spirit resist and an aura proportional to max health. Oh yeah, okay. So you cheat death gives you 4.5 seconds of death immunity. Maybe I should get Echo Shard as well. Put that on. I don't know, chat. I don't know. These are all optionals. I might just. We'll keep it as such. We'll keep it as such if we play him again. That was a good match. But I was dying too much. I think me and Victor, I died like 2 or 3 more times I shouldn't have. In my opinion. In my opinion. I was walking and trying to get that. Trying to get the sinners, those jukeboxes. You know. It didn't work out. That's okay. Weighted shots. Oh, my move speed goes down. But if move speed doesn't go down, but 40% weapon damage is pretty ridiculous.
We live in interesting times, don't we?
And I don't need any like tier 4 gun items. Maybe I'll do. Victims buildups. That's a no. Oh, I didn't realize that's an L4. Okay, cool, whatever. Hell, friggin', I can just just buy this. Right, so it builds up silence. Okay, the right hand. And then my fire rate goes up as well over time.
You won't bully me!
That's right. Where's my melee attack? My melee damage is 185. But if I get rid of these 2 things, it's not there. 123. Got it.
You're adorable, Rem.
Sure. 205 health melee.
You're as blue.
Like me.
I like my pillow.
Good.
Good work.
Sorry, Abrams.
This is exciting.
Bye, Abrams. Love you. Alright, the build states you start off with all
You
these.
need more protection. You know where to fight.
Right, and that's just 9,000 souls. That's not that bad. That's within 10 minutes. Again, a good rule of thumb for this game is you should have around 1,000 souls per minute. Right, on average. Sometimes more, sometimes less. It really depends on who you're playing with, who you're playing against. Some characters like Rem does well without being around people. Like he just, what I love about Rem is that he just like runs around. Sometimes he's like, okay, he's here, he's hanging out with people, he's shooting dudes, he's around, he's helping support other players, you know? And then he just fucks off for a bit, he's gone, you know? Nope.
Stay away from me.
I pressed the button, it didn't work. I like the gun though.
You're not nice. Leave me alone.
What distances matter?
Don't touch me.
Oh, this is hard. What type of pants are you wearing?
Stay away from me.
Oh, wrong button. Another wrong button, sure.
Don't touch me.
That's right, you tell him, Rem. You tell him, big boss. Oh, another Rem key put. Okay. I did put more people on the roster, you know? It wasn't just Rem.
Nice pillow.
I like it.
I was being sarcastic.
What's that?
Never mind.
We have Rem.
What's up? Good luck, Silver. I'm counting on you. Look at how cute he looks. Look at that. Look at him. He's not wearing any pants. Has a pillow. A little watch. He doesn't know what sarcastic is, but he knows how to read time. Crazy. Sarcastic is hard. Yeah, yeah. I don't have pillow. Like, why am I like waiting to get hit with the pillow? Try not to take that much damage, but that's okay. Good, we have a good lane pressure. Not hitting those denies as I should be. That's okay. They've killed all, so it's time to run back a little bit. I might get, instead of grit, I'm gonna replace that with extra spirit for now, and then I'll get grit for next. Get that. Make sure that we get that healing back.
My pillow.
I'm wait a couple more seconds until we get my next little helper on my number 3. I'm gonna change that up now because he rushed in for some reason.
This lane is scrappy.
Gonna put this on him.
Coming, guys.
I've got improved spirit coming up, so I'm gonna put this here. Give him some more health.
Okay.
Oh, I could have killed him. There is our boy, our homie, our rotten soldier. Gonna go to shop.
You have a good eye.
And then I'm gonna put grit right back on there. There we go. No. Well, I don't have enough. Let's do that right quick, type shit. Put it on here. We should be at a pretty good health. I'm at a good health. And then instead of grit, I'm gonna get... Actually, we're gonna buy headshot booster? No. No, what? No, I wanted monster rounds. Put that up instead of grit.
A little bit of advice. Don't get caught.
All right.
I know you'll help me.
Good kill.
Good job.
Five minutes in. Good. I got some spear power, I bet.
Watch out for old doorman.
Don't be a jerk. I'll hit as many as I can. You make me feel safe.
I got you. Good kill on that.
If you need more protection, you know where to fight.
Please stop dying. Where'd he go?
This is about to get messy.
Oh shit.
He's coming back with gun buff doorman.
I like naps. They took out Silver.
No. Sorry. All right, go away. Did they kill? They killed. Chat. They killed all of our dudes. We'll put one on him. We're at 7 minutes in. At 7:30, I'm gonna try and just run away. Try to look like a cool guy. Try to get their sinners. You know what I'm saying? Nah, we can.
Going back to heal doorman.
I'm a friend.
They couldn't catch me. They couldn't get me. This should be here in just a second. Thank you. Gonna go do centers. Good.
I can get something really cool now.
Good kill, come. Oh no, I'm sorry. And then we're gonna get Guardian Ward in just a second. Stop being weird. I don't have expansion.
They do lots of things.
But this pillow needs to be bigger.
You'll be the last one standing.
Take that, that's ours. Yeah, get more. Go, oh, wait. Wrong button. Need more dudes. I need more dudes. Okay, I'm warmed up, chat. Maybe that'll hit. Oh, they're one.
Someone's over here, guys.
Oh. Retreat, retreat. I'm falling back.
Someone's using that noodle.
Alright, we should be good, actually. I think we have the build. We just need restorative block. Witch mill, what the hell? Yeah, let's get that. And then we have to get trophy collector ASAP. Hell, I would even think trophy collector better than
I'm
this.
gonna try and take their sinners.
Right?
Don't be a jerk.
Once I get trophy collector, it's over. Yeah, okay. I got enough.
That's gonna help keep it on the inside.
We do need trophy collector. It's kind of required for all these builds. Just running now. Alright, I'm gonna go fuck off.
Doorman might need a little help if you guys can make it over there.
Doorman, I love you. I love you.
Someone say they need help.
Yeah, Doorman, I'm going to green.
I'm coming green.
I'm coming green.
You might want to get that checked out, B.
Don't go bald.
He's ulted. Nice, let's take their shit.
I don't think they needed my help. Ivy coming around. Oh, posture check. You're right. Hello. What up? What up? What up? Oh, you're right. OSIC better go away. Oh, there's a lash.
You're mine.
I'm just gonna go. How'd you miss? Now that's why I'm confused. Chat, I'm stuck. Help me, chat. I'm stuck. How are we doing today? Okay, they got these. But did they get the boxes? They did not. Alright, we're on Blue's Guardian. How are we doing today? I hope everyone's having a good day so far.
Boxes under mid.
Yeah, I'll come with you. Ooh, good boxes.
Our green walker is under attack.
Alright, reload. Anyone around? No, we're looking good. We'll push some of those up.
Needs help again, unless you guys don't take that walker.
Blue's looking fresh.
Yeah, there's 3 on green then.
Let's see who still standing.
Good take.
Good kill.
I bet Billy could teach me all kinds of fun words.
I'm leaving, I'm leaving. I take that back, guys. I got you.
Our yellow guardian has been destroyed.
Good kill. Good shit.
Nice.
Well done.
I'm dipping now.
Yeah, we out, we out. Okay, we got 2 items. What are we getting? And rapid recharge. Ultimately, both are very required. We move in. We move in on those.
Pragmatic, stylish, I love it.
Alright, we have no more gold. That's great. But I do need to get my gun investment, so I need to buy something for like... What do I need? Close quarters? No. I might just get weighted shots. And then put that... Does this get upgrades from slowing bullets? Okay, so let's just get those. And then we'll move up. Okay, cool, cool,
Our
cool.
blue walker is under attack.
Hope everyone's having a good time.
We did it!
Thank you, Rem.
Sorry about that. I didn't get to you earlier. Good stuff. He's looking good. I got 28 seconds until I can do that next. I got 2 heat people here. I'm afraid of Lady Geist, like low-key. As a character. She just like siphons health away. She's like a modern day vampire. Well, it's only required. Her arm is...
under attack.
I don't know what the hell that was. There was some spice. I hear something. Oh, that's what they're doing. They're shooting those camps.
It's dangerous out here.
It sure is, Rem. That's why I shouldn't be out here. Oh, I see a lash. I'm just gonna walk away. He didn't see me. That's guys. Uh-oh. I see 3 ults. I see him. I'm moving to him. Throw that there. That should hit. Missed. I have 4 seconds till my ult. I want to kind of flank him a bit. I hear them.
I got the soul!
Take that. I hear them now. Okay.
Behave!
Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Put one on you, why not? And then like, maybe I can just flank him? I missed! I missed all my shots.
Way to go! Come out and play with me!
If they're leaving, I'm just gonna take their sinners. Not sinners. Good. Oh my god. Try to leave. Alright, I'm out. I'm out. I'm back in.
Let's try and get out.
Oh yeah.
Protect the urn runner.
We out. I'm running. I'm running.
Fuck yeah.
Mr. Bean got the urn. Good shit. Chat, I haven't died this game. This is bad. Okay.
We live in interesting times, don't we?
Okay, we should have our 4K. No, not yet. There we go. Melee resist, bro. Yeah.
I got more with that.
Good. I've got my 4K shots. Now we need to start building. I gotta go to yellow. And then we just need to get Boundless Spirit, Arctic Blast, Phantom Shot. Oh no, I gotta come help.
You're mine.
Am I silenced? Oh no. Damn it.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Checking in.
I'm fighting two people at once. No, I tried. Fuck it.
Oof, that was real bad.
Killed one. I gotta run.
Can't stop us! It's dangerous out here.
Oh no, they got me. Oh, that was rough. They were so close, chat. They were all so close. Alright. Enough playing around. Might just do... I might fuck around, go blue, and take a left. Get some sinners on their side. Or is Lady Geist working on that? I think they are. Can I take their sinners here?
They do lots of things.
Okay, I heard someone. I don't want to be there. Let me help this guy. Oh, you're ulting. How did I miss?
It's dangerous out here. Where'd my new friend go?
go.
Our blue guardian has been defeated.
Whatever. Green is.
I know you'll help me.
Oh, you're there. What up, homie? Let's get that on one of those. So we're just gonna push that lane up as much as I possibly can with my. You think I can get him? He's right there.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Snaps are fun. Leave us alone. Don't be a jerk.
Holy shit, Mina. Wiped his ass out.
Hello.
Thank you for your assistance.
I know you'll help me.
How you doing? Good morning. I'm gonna turn mute it real quick. Going on mute.
Well, that's fair.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Rem need help.
We must deliver the urn safely.
Upstairs.
Nice.
Our blue walker is under attack.
We're back. Only if only. What? Oh yeah.
Hayes is absolutely one,
Do not let Celeste stand in the way of the ultimate. The spirit.
No, wrong button. Back. My God, pressing the wrong buttons, chat.
Our green walker is under attack.
Oh my goodness. No!
Now die. Our blue walker is under attack.
And then I need something to reduce their spirit. Spirits resist. Spirit rend. It upgrades the spirit rend. I don't know. We'll just stick with divine barrier.
Green walker.
Oh, they're pushing really hard. Going yellow.
Could probably take mid.
Oh yeah, no, go mid. Mid.
Let's go mid.
Mid.
I'm a little scared of Hayes, but
Stay out.
Seven definitely needs help, guys.
Hayes is gonna try and take this shed.
No, she's not. She's on the other side. She's on green.
The rejuvenator.
Oh, she's not. Oh.
What do we want to do? What do we want to do?
Well, that helps because she was scary.
Yeah, she was.
Shit.
Come out.
Push lanes, tank farm.
What are you gonna do?
You have been favored by the Archmother.
Celeste on blue. Celeste on blue. Oh shit! You get a shield when you go through the thing? That's crazy. Dang, Doorman's crazy right now.
Where'd my new friend go? You're not nice. Thank you.
Alright, now it's time for me to get this Arctic
I
Blast.
don't know what you are, but I love that you have money.
That's right. And then just gonna start bouncing on it on green. Pop. Who's hitting me? Ah, jeez.
They do lots of things.
I feel like we should try and take Kern so we can use our rejuves.
Yeah, we got stuff. Let's do Urn or something.
Ram, can you run it?
I can run it, yeah. Say less, my dog. Whee! All right, they're right there. Gonna run around. Oh, nuts. I need help. Yes. Yes, good stuff.
The urn is ours.
Can push their base a little bit.
We sure can.
Don't get too greedy over here, Daldo.
The rejuvenator has expired.
Yeah, we could take at least. I don't know.
Push their mid.
Yeah, push. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, that's good.
Don't be a jerk.
All right, time to leave. Time to leave.
Yep, get out if you can.
Oh my god. Okay, well done.
Hope you find your way home, kid.
Okay, we pushed everything. I think it's time to. Oh, I've got no money. I got Phantom Strike. Good. Maybe that hits. That does.
This party's fun.
Oh, that was a good old Rem, good old Rem.
Rise up and take what you deserve.
Can't see him. Can't see him. Can't see him.
Let's back up.
I agree. I'm leaving.
You can meet me in a green, try and push for their base.
Just pushing a little bit. I'll be right back.
Hi, friends!
Is she chasing you, Mina?
She
Oh yeah.
Mid-boss has arrived.
Thank you so very much. Oh no, I'm sorry. Thank you. No, I'm getting.
See Billy!
Thank you so much for taking that big fat bag.
Our blue walker is under attack.
All right. I think at this point, I might do Heal Bane and then get rid of these two. No, not mark for sale, just sell them. Yeah. That's okay. I've already hit 4.K. Oh, no, I have not yet. Maybe Silencer? Does this increase? This increases my spirit resist. That's okay. I don't really. I can just buy Silencer. And then Spirit Burn and Mystic Reaver. Got it. Okay, cool. As long if this game doesn't last too long. We're good, blue. Oh, there's everyone here. I'm out.
on my way, guys.
Son of a bitch!
Still standing.
Don't be a jerk! Hey, Billy! Stands between me and my destiny.
7. Use the stage for their demise.
That's fun!
They cannot hide from you, 7.
Yeah, we're pushing in on that one. Wait. Like, why can't we go through completely? Yes. Beautiful.
The rejuvenator is descending.
That hurt. We have rejuve again. I think this might be GG's.
You have no idea what I'm capable of. They took off.
Well, I've got rejuve, so you can do whatever you want.
Leave me alone.
Woo! I gotta go back.
Hope you find your way home, kid.
Increase my ability range and spirit lifesteal. Actually, is probably better. Ooh, I want that. That's movement. 50 and 80, whatever. I'm looking at him. The hell happened? What sort of tech was that? I died 4 times, right? So let's make sure. Track those. They haven't bought knockdown, which is absolutely crazy. I don't want
if
them
she's
to.
shredding you, buy metal skin, and then she's useless.
One of the best cups of tea I've ever had. It's really good. That's really good.
This should help.
Okay, we're not done. In order for me to be done, I need to buy probably Mystic Reverb, yeah, and then or Spirit Burn. Where the hell did? There we go. Good. I'll stick with the Doorman. I like Doorman. I've got all stacks.
To be claimed.
Shuffleboard.
Okay, the trick is not die. Yeah. Yeah.
The Furnace and Ivy on green.
Good.
You're adorable.
Our blue walker is
Oh, I can't do it.
under attack.
Blue Walker. Red Spies under the base.
Thank you.
All right, stick with the team.
They took out Mina.
Is playing her role to perfection.
Good.
Our Blue Walker is under
Good.
attack.
Oh, that door's locked.
Our Blue Walker has been destroyed.
Blue Walker's down, but because they crashed the fuck. I'm going to blue, going to blue.
Mid-boss has arrived.
Thanks, great at shuffleboard.
Grab buffs if you can, Rem.
Grabbing this one.
That's huge that we got their second.
Yeah,
Whatever
sure
the hell
is.
it's called.
Celeste on blue.
Our lanes will always be pushed if they don't keep up with it.
D-dub on blue.
Do not let Celeste stand in the way of the ultimate ascension.
Come out.
Okay, now I can get silencer. Try to stay alive. I should have stayed a little bit more active there in that fight. But I was worried I was gonna die again. We have all my cooldowns. I should be good. Throw that just in case. We are down 2. We're down 2. Be careful. Where? Chat, sometimes I forget where things are on the map. I'm a very bad MOBA player.
I'll try and take this out.
You got great taste.
Fuck it, why not?
We must deliver the urn safely.
Coming with you to earn. Heck! Chat, I'm stuck.
The rejuvenator is descending. The urn is out.
They have the rejuvenator.
Oh, don't go in there.
Don't go in there.
You're not nice.
I believe my assistance is needed.
Alright, What do I need? Scourge.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Yeah, Mystic Reverb on that. Yep. Hidden King.
I guess let's just see if we can wait at the rejuvenators.
Yeah. Already a quarter through. Knock that out, we're good.
Surely someone will be by any time now.
Good. We got yellow. Oh, they're all on blue. What am I doing? Well, I don't see any big damage, big fights. Let's get Mystic Reverb.
Hope to find your way
And then we go out. We go in. What hit me? What hit me?
And so my work begins.
What?
Please. Let's see who's still standing. I'll deal with the hooligan.
That's what kills me. I don't understand what kills me. Oh no.
Keep throwing your lives away. I'll be ready.
Donk. I didn't even just use my ult. That's crazy.
See it, Ram. You need to make a stand and stop them. Death comes. You fall off the court of the Hidden King, but they will return.
Chat, how'd that miss? Okay, shrines are good. Let's push blue a little bit. Good. This is a waste of time, but I'm doing it anyway. I'll stick with Doorman. Doorman's cool. Throw that a little higher than I think.
Mid-boss has arrived.
Okay.
Do we wait for 7 ult to try and push this mid boss?
Yep.
Allow me to deal with them.
Hey, what?
Okay, see anyone else? Oh, what a butt.
Don't be a jerk.
I'm dead. I should have used my actives. I have so many good actives.
Challenge me and meet the same fate.
This should help.
Good kill, Dorm.
Yeah, great work, Dorman. That's the problem, Chad. I'm like, oh, I'm dead because I have used all my cooldowns. I have not used all my cooldowns.
Kill the Says and y'all take mid boss.
Oh, it's mid boss time.
Just watch out for Celeste ult.
The rejuvenator is descending.
It's time.
Also, can I buy metal skin? Where the hell is metal skin?
Look who's ready for a 2 a.m.
Not really
Metro
needed
ride.
there. And then healing tempo, perhaps? Upgrades from healing booster. Oh, I'm broke. That's 480. Okay, cool.
I know you'll help me.
Rem is doing what he can.
I'm not even warmed up yet. They took out
The doorman has begun his great work.
Get out of here.
You need to make a stand and stop them.
I'll hit as many as I can. They do look
Consequences warranty.
We're so close.
Thank you for
Get out.
Yeah, we're getting out. We're getting out. Our shrines are getting destroyed. Going back.
You need to make a stand and stop them.
You're adorable, Rem.
Is there anything else I can get?
They do lots of things.
Fuck this Infernus, get him.
Going to shop. See his first.
Hey guys. Base?
Oh, base. Go to base.
Enjoy your stay.
You need to make a stand and stop them.
I see Hayes.
You fought off the court of the Hidden King, but they will return.
Where is everybody?
I'm a friend.
Maybe? I'm just lobbing them, seeing what sticks. Base is clear. We push. They're down 2.
Mid-boss has arrived.
I'm gonna wait, actually.
Without your help,
Press 4.
I'll hit as many as I can.
Golly.
So hard to siege their base with all their ults.
Son of a bitch. We're out. Press C. Press X. Damn it. I have all these resistances and yet... Oh my goodness. Do they all have spirit resist? Witch mail. Heavy dance, random ability. Yeah. Oh, I should get witch mail as well. Where is it?
If we wiped them one time, we win.
stand and stop them.
I'm close.
Reaping.
Rejuvenator is descending. Stand and stop them.
Don't be a jerk.
to your room.
Good.
Don't be a jerk.
Oh.
You're not nice.
Almost, chat. Almost. I had to go non-vocal for a hot second.
I know you'll help me.
Put y'all up there, and then I need to start replacing some stuff. Yep. And then we need to get, like, I don't know, vortex web, but that's an active. I'm not good with actives, chat. I might just do Indomitable.
You got great taste.
Don't be a jerk. Now some fun.
Welcome to the Baroness.
Of the Hidden King, but they will return.
What hit me?
What the fuck?
Oh, I love hide and seek.
Need help.
Being alone. I'm just gonna close my eyes for a second.
The key of the spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
I see the enemy.
Pushing.
Hooray!
Hayes is coming back.
Understood.
Come out.
You're mine.
I'll hit as many as I can. Let's see.
Oh my god, GG's. Oh my goodness. Oh. An hour and 8 minutes. I had to go non-verbal a little bit. Oh boy. That was a rough one. Everyone did such a good job. That was a really fun game. 9 and 7. I should have allowed a couple more of those. I know I messed up a little bit, but I got the most healing on my team, which is exciting. Objective damage is also pretty high. Well, 4K versus 44K. That's a little different, you know. Let's not think about that too hard. Very fun. Very fun. Once again, chat, we are raising money for Fred Hutch. I appreciate you all so much for coming through. Thank you all. If you're interested, we check the link that we have. I believe it is still pinned. Yeah, it's a pinned link in the chat, or if you want, you can scan the barcode to scan the barcode basically to donate if you're interested. Very fun stuff. Let's switch it up. I was playing Deadlock. Deadlock is super fun, but I'm gonna switch up to something like a little bit more like I could focus, I could talk a little bit more, because this game makes me kind of I really like this game. I was having fun. I died, or I lost one, but I really enjoy the game. I'll probably play this a bit later. Let's switch it up to something a little bit more fun, a little bit more relaxing. And what's most relaxing to me is Elden Ring, to be quite honest with you. Should I do Elden Ring? Here's what we're gonna do. We'll do Elden Ring. We'll do Elden Ring. Should we do Night Rain? We haven't played Night Rain yet. Or we played it, but we haven't played it on stream in a while, in a hot minute. I don't know. I mean, why not? Chat, there's nothing stopping us. There's nothing stopping us anymore, chat. Nothing keeps us out. It's only what keeps us in. Yeah, we'll play some Night Rain. Let's switch it up. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. I know y'all were really into me winning on. Should I give you some reading time? Should I give you some reading time? I'm thinking about it. I don't know. It's up to you. It's truly up to you if you're interested. Oh, let me posture check a little bit more. There we go. I'm leaning back. It's so truly up to you if you're interested in donating that much. By the way, phenomenal tea. Thank you so very much. Oh, you can hear this. You can hear the strings. The game is loaded. So unless further notice, we're switching it up. Heck. A lot of things are happening on stream. There we go. Donation aside, I'm saying, do you want to do something? Always. Always. Absolutely. It's a really good stream. And then I don't know. Can you do a reading stream? Is that what people, like, I'm doing it no matter what if you donate. That's not a problem. But I've never really seen people play it or do it, you know? But I'm here to do it. Load game? Yeah, sure, I guess. I don't know. The problem is I don't know. Whee! All right, what were we doing in this game? We've beaten them all. I haven't done Depth of Night. Why not? Let's do that. And what is... Chat, it's been a while. What are my relics? Oh boy. Improved incants. Partial HP upon post-damage attacks. Reduce strength and intelligence. I don't know if I want those. These are blue, these are green. I don't have any greens. I don't know. Do I have... It's been a while, chat. It's been a while since I played this game. It's been a while. I'm going the wrong way, I think. Need to check the drip. Is it here? Can I buy more drip? For the Undertaker, yes. No. 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 I could buy the Thorns armor. It's a good armor set, chat. But I'd need 75... Whatever the... I don't know if I want to buy that. Heretic Sorcerer. Did you miss my donut? Oh! Would you look at that? It now has come in. Would you look at that? Yep. 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 You know what that means. Hold on. Yep. Okay. It's automatic. Yep. Yep. We haven't even done anything. Hold on. Hold on, chat. Hold on. I have seen the dono. A classroom of students will be... Oh my god, we have hit our goal. With the 2x... oh my god, chat. With the 2x donation modifier, we will be very much hitting our goal. More than what we've made last year. So I'm very, very excited, chat. This is exciting. That is it. We have done it. Congratulations. Perfect. Let's go. Air horn noises. All the deaths, all the streams, all the fun. Thank you so very much. Okay. We did it. This is exciting. We have hit our goal. Getting pings and notifications all over the place about it. This is so exciting. Okay. This is so exciting. I'm so happy. Okay. A lot of things are happening. Okay. We're switching it up. Okay. We have to switch it up. So, before we do anything crazy, we're going to change the stream title. Day 6. We're going to be raising money for Fred Hutch. And this is reading and cool vibes. And then just chatting. Great. We are not playing a game anymore, right? So now we have to switch the category to what, reading? Reading simulator? No, that sucks. We're doing just chat. Beautiful. Cool. Cool chat. All right. Congratulations. I'm so excited. No, that didn't work anymore. Okay, I have to fix that. I have like 4 other buttons that just don't work. Oh my god. All right. The book is right here. We need to find a good YouTube video. Yes. Okay. We're gonna do pop in YouTube, and we're gonna find Fireplace. Brilliant. Great. Oh my god, you can hear the crackling, right? I hope you can hear it. We're gonna put it on in just a second. Window capture. Which window? Oh, it's on now. Okay, I was wondering, like, why is it not showing? Okay, cool. Got it. Got it. Oh, hold on. I think that's why. Give me 1 second. Window capture. Client. Hold on, chat. Capture method. This. This. No, this. Oh, okay, hold on. One more thing. Get properties. Because I know you can hear it. I know you can see it, but it's just not showing up because it's not rendering for some reason. All right. We've got the fireplace. And now we have to change up some more things. While OBS is running, we're going to add... We're going to move some stuff around. We've done it, chat. We've actually done it. I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped. And now I don't have to worry about playing video games and dying all the time. Well, we can still die all the time. You never know. There might be deaths in the book. We're going to be reading from The Name of the Wind. It's a really good book. All right. Before we do anything crazy, hold on. Let's start moving some stuff around. Incentives needs to be moved. We're going to remove the reading stream because we've already done it. Right. And then chat, what else? What was I doing? And then we have to write another text. Hold on. Currently reading. Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss. Now the problem is, chat. The problem is, I love this book so much. I haven't read it in a while, but it's such a phenomenal book. It's so well done. Hell, what I like about this book is that it has this version has a not an acknowledgement. Doesn't it have a foreword? I think it has a foreword by Lin-Manuel Miranda. It's somewhere. Hold on. Lin-Manuel Miranda wrote something for this book. I don't know why. I don't know where, and I don't know why, but I remember this one of these versions had it. But let's change some things up. Okay. Okay, we have that going. The vibes are immaculate. Y'all can hear me. I gotta move the microphone a little far away, so you don't need anything. Got it, got it, got it. Baby, we'll put on relaxing music. Relaxing. Nope. Wrong bar. Relaxing. Stream friendly. No. DMCA free. Copyright free. Perfect, chat. Does this work? All right, chat. Let me know if you can hear this. Let me turn this down a little bit. What does the stream look like? The stream looks good. The vibes are good. All right, chat. All right, everything's looking good. All right, chat. Are we ready? I should have had this queued up. I didn't know this is. I had an inkling this was going to happen. All right, chat. This book came out in 2007 by Patrick Rothfuss. The Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss. It's my mother, who taught me to love books, who opened the door to Narnia, Pern, and Middle-earth. And to my father, who taught me that if I was going to do something, I should take my time and do it right the first time. Okay, yep. There's some information on how this got published. There's a whole, huge section. We're gonna take the desk cover off. Really gorgeous desk cover. But it's such a good book. Let's begin in the prologue. Silence of 3 parts. It was night again. The Waystone Inn lay in silence, and it was a silence of 3 parts. The most obvious part was a hollow, echoing quiet, made by things that were lacking. If there had been a wind, it would have sighed through the trees, set the inn sign creaking on its hooks, and brushed the silence down the road like trailing autumn leaves. If there had been a crowd, even a handful of men inside the inn, they would have filled the silence with conversation and laughter, the clatter and clamor one expects from a drinking house during the dark hours of night. In fact, there were none of those. Nope. If there had been music, but no. Of course, there was no music. In fact, there were none of those things, and so the silence remained. Inside the Waystone, a pair of men huddled at one corner at the bar. They drank with quiet determination, avoiding serious discussions of troubling news. In doing this, they added a small, sullen silence to the larger, hollow one. It made an alloy of sorts, a counterpoint. The third silence was not an easy thing to notice. If you listened for an hour, you might begin to feel it in the wooden floor underfoot, and in the rough, splintering barrels behind the bar. It was in the weight of the black stone hearth that held the heat of a long dead fire. It was in the slow back and forth of a white linen cloth rubbing along the grain of the bar. And it was in the hands of a man who stood there, polishing a stretch of mahogany that already gleamed in the lamplight. The man had true red hair, red as flame. His eyes were dark and distant, and he moved with the subtle certainty that comes from knowing many things. The Waystone was his, just as the third silence was his. This was appropriate, as it was the greatest silence of all 3, wrapping the others inside itself. It was deep and wide as an autumn's ending. It was heavy as a great river smooth. It was heavy as a great river smooth stone. It was patient, cut flower sound of a man who's waiting to die. And that was the prologue. Absolutely love the beginning of this book, and I kind of keep using I kind of use parts of this book in my day-to-day life. I don't realize it, like a silence in 3 parts. You can realize, like, I tell my friends, if something bad happens to them twice, I try to find out, oh man, it's a tragedy in 2 parts. I say that sometimes to my friends. All right, everything looks good, right? Oh, hold on. Yeah, you don't need to see all this stuff. Hold on. That's why. Give me 1 second. Go back here. Can we do full screen? Does that work? Does that look better? Or is full screen not good? Hold on. Can we at least do theater mode? I don't know. Does this look good? I think that looks better. We're going to remove the death counter for now. And the counter number, because both of those are individual elements. I think... Right? I think that's what I can do. Now, Chad, if someone donates at $10 when I'm reading... You could do it, but I will be reading, and then I will be just putting the book closer to my ear. Oh, I really appreciate it. This is great. Delicious. Thank you so much. Good. Good. Okay, cool. All right, chapter 1, A Place for Demons. It was a felling night, and the usual crowd had gathered at the Waystone Inn. 5 wasn't much of a crowd, but 5 was as many as the Waystone ever saw these days, times being what they were. Old Cobb was filling his role as storyteller in an advice dispensary. The men at the bar sipped their drinks and listened. In the back room, a young innkeeper stood out of sight behind the door, smiling as he listened to the details of a familiar story. When he awoke, Taborlin the Great found himself locked in a high tower. They had taken his sword and stripped him of his tools. Key, coin, and candle were all gone. But that weren't even the worst of it. Get out of here. You see, that weren't even the worst of it. You see, Cobb paused for effect, because the lamps on the wall were burning blue. Graham, Jake, and Shep nodded to themselves. The 3 friends had grown up together, listening to Cobb's stories and ignoring his advice. Cobb peered closely at the newer, more attentive member of his small audience, the Smith's apprentice. Smith's Prentice. They named it Prentice, not Apprentice, but fine. Do you know what that meant, boy? Everyone called the Smith's Prentice boy, despite the fact that he was a hand taller than everyone there. Small towns being what they are, he would most likely remain boy until his beard filled out or he bloodied someone's nose over the matter. The boy gave a slow nod. The Chandrian. That's right, Cobb said approvingly. The Chandrian. Everyone knows that Blue Flyer is one of their signs. Now, but how did they find him? The boy interrupted. And why didn't they kill him when they had the chance? Hush now. You'll get all the answers before the end, Jake said. Just let him tell it. No need for all that, Jake. Boy's just curious, Graham said. Drink your drink. I drank me drink already, Jake grumbled. I need another, but the innkeeper's still skinning rats in the back room. He raised his voice and knocked his empty mug hollowly on the top of the mahogany bar. Oi, good thirsty men in here. The innkeeper appeared with 5 bowls of stew and 2 warm, round loaves of bread. He pulled more beer for Jake, Shep, and Old Cobb, moving with an air of bustling efficiency. The story was set aside for a while the men tended to their dinners. Old Cobb tucked away his bowl of stew with the predatory efficiency of a lifetime bachelor. The others were still blowing steam off their bowls when he finished the last of his loaf and returned to his story. Now, Taborlin needed to escape, but when he looked around, he saw his cell had no door, no windows. All around him was nothing but smooth, hard stone. It was a cell no man had ever escaped. But Taborlin knew the names of all things, so all the things were his to command. He said to the stone, "Break," and the stone broke. The wall tore like a piece of paper, and through that hole, Taborlin could just see the sky and breathe the sweet spring air. He stepped to the edge, looked down, and without a second thought, he stepped out into the open air. The boy's eyes went wide. He didn't. Cobb nodded seriously. So Taborlin fell, but he did not despair, for he knew the name of the wind. And so the wind obeyed him. He spoke to the wind, and it cradled and caressed him. It bore him to the ground as gently as a puff of thistledown, and set him on his feet softly as a mother's kiss. And when he got to the ground and felt his side where they stabbed him, he saw that there weren't hardly a scratch. Now maybe it was just a piece of luck. Cobb tapped the side of his nose knowingly. Or maybe it had something to do with the amulet he was wearing under his shirt. What amulet? The boy asked eagerly through a mouthful of stew. Old Cobb leaned back on his stool, glad for the chance to elaborate. A few days earlier, Taborlin had met a tinker on the road, and even though Taborlin didn't have much to eat, he shared his dinner with the old man. Right, sensible thing to do, Graham said quietly to the boy. Everyone knows a tinker pays for kindness twice. No, Jake grumbled. Get it right. A tinker's advice pays kindness twice. The innkeeper spoke up for the first time that night. Actually, no. I need a good voice for the innkeeper. Hold on. Actually, no, that doesn't work. Let's see. The innkeeper spoke up for the first time that night. Actually, you're missing more than half, he said, standing in the doorway behind the bar. A tinker's debt is always paid. Once for any simple trade, twice for fresh, freely given aid, thrice for any insult made. The men at the bar seemed almost surprised to see Coates standing there. They'd been coming to the Waystone every felling night for months, and Coates had never interjected anything of his own before. Not that you could expect anything else, really. He'd only been in town for a year or so. He was still a stranger. The smith's apprentice had lived there since he was 11, and he was still referred to as that Ranish boy, as if Ranish was some foreign country and not a town less than 30 miles away. It's just something I heard before, Coach said to fill the silence, obviously embarrassed. Old Cobb nodded before he cleared his throat and launched back into the story. Okay, now this amulet was worth more than a whole bucket of gold royals. But on account of Taborlin's kindness, the tinker sold to him for nothing but an iron penny, a copper penny, and a silver penny. It was black as the winter's night and cold as ice to the touch, but so long as it was around his neck, Taborlin will be safe from the harm of evil things, demons and such. I'd give a good piece for such a thing these days, Shep said darkly. He had drunk most and talked the least over the course of the evening. Everyone knew that something bad had happened out on his farm last Sendling night, but since they were good friends, they knew better than to press him for the details. At least not this early in the evening, not as sober as they were. Aye, who wouldn't, old Cobb said judiciously, taking a long drink. I didn't know the Chandrian were demons, the boy said. I heard they ain't no demons, Jake said firmly. They were the first 6 people to refuse Tehelu's choice of the path. And he cursed them to wander the corners. Are you telling the story, Jacob Walker? Cobb said sharply. Because if you are, I'll let you just get on with it. Oh, sorry, hold on. This music is getting me. This music's getting me, chat. Oh, okay, hold on. That's why, hold on. There we go. So I was hearing some screaming here. I was like, who's this? Anyway. Are you telling this story, Jacob Walker? Cobb said sharply. Because if you are, I'll just let you get on with it. The two men glared at each other for a long moment. Eventually, Jake looked away, muttering something that could conceivably have been an apology. Cobb turned back to the boy. That's the mystery of the Shadrian, he explained. Where do they come from? Where do they go after they've done their bloody deeds? Are they men who sold their souls? Demons? Spirits? No one knows. Cobb shot Jake a profoundly disdainful look, though every half-wit claims he knows. The story fell further into bickering into this point about the nature of the Chandrian, the signs that showed their presence to the wary, and whether the amulet would protect Taborlin from bandits or mad dogs or falling off a horse. Things were getting heated. And when the front door banged open, Jake looked over. It's about time you got in, Carter. Tell this damn fool the difference between a demon and a dog. Everyone know. Jake stopped mid-sentence and rushed to the door. God, Spotty, what happened to you? Carter stepped into the light, his face pale and smeared with blood. He clutched an old saddle blanket to his chest. It was an old, awkward shape, as if it were wrapped around a tangle of kindling sticks. His friends jumped off their stools and hurried over at the sight of him. I'm fine, he said as he made his slow way into the common room. His eyes wild around the edges like a skittish horse. I'm fine. I'm fine. He dropped the bundled blanket onto the nearest table where it knocked hard against the wood, as if it were full of stones. His clothes were crisscrossed with a long straight cut. With long straight cuts. His gray shirt hung in loose. His gray shirt hung in loose tatters, except where it was struck to his body, stained a dark, sullen red. Graham tried to ease him into the chair. Mother of God, sit down, Carter. What happened to you? Please sit down. Carter shook his head stubbornly. I told you I'm fine. I'm not hurt that bad. How many were there? Graham said. One, Carter said, but it's not what you think. God damn it, I told you, Carter. Old Cobb bust out with the sort of frightened anger only relatives and close friends can muster. I told you for months now, you can't go out alone. Not even as far as Baden. It ain't safe. Jake laid a hand on the old man's arm, quieting him. Just take a sit, Graham said, trying to steer Carter into a chair. So Carter's bloody, and I'm trying really hard to move Helen 2 out. Was I listening to Helen 1? Can we just do a long... There we go. Okay. Okay, hold on. We're trying to find a good music because I'm not really figuring. I'm not happy with the playlist experience that we just had. Does this work? I'll take this. I will take this completely. All right, let's go back to it. God damn it! I told you, Carter. Old Cobb burst out with the sort of frightened anger only relatives and close friends can muster. I told you for months now. You can't go out alone. Not even as far as Baden. It ain't safe. Jake laid his hand on the old man's arm, quieting him. Just take a sit, Graham said, trying to steer Carter into a chair. Let's get that shirt off of you and get you cleaned up. Carter shook his head. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I got cut up a little. But the blood is mostly Nellie's. It jumped on her. Killed her about 2 miles outside of town, past the old stone bridge. A moment of serious silence followed the news. The Smith's apprentice laid a sympathetic hand on Carter's shoulder. Damn, that's hard. She was as gentle as a lamb, too. Never tried to bite or kick when you brought her in for shoes. Best horse in town. Damn, he trailed off. Damn, I don't know what to say. He looked around helplessly. Cobb finally managed to free himself from Jake. I told you, he repeated, shaking a finger in Carter's direction. There's folks out there lately that would kill you for a pair of pennies, let alone a horse and a cart. What are you going to do now? Pull it yourself? There was a moment of uncomfortable quiet. Jake and Cobb glared at each other while the rest seemed at a loss for words, unsure of how to comfort their friend. The innkeeper moved carefully through the silence. Arms full, he stepped nimbly around Shep and began to arrange some items on a nearby table. A bowl of hot water, some clean linen, a few glass bottles, needle and gut. This never would have happened if he'd listened to me in the first place, old Cobb muttered. Jake tried to quiet him, but Cobb brushed the younger man aside. I'm just telling the truth. It's a damn shame about Nellie, but he better listen now or he'll end up dead. You don't get lucky twice with those sort of men. Carter's mouth made a thin line. He reached out and pulled the edge of the bloody blanket. Whatever was inside flipped over once and snagged on the cloth. Carter tugged harder, and there was a clatter like a bag of flat river stones appended on the tabletop. It was a spider, as large as a wagon wheel, black as slate. The Smith's apprentice jumped backward and hit a table, knocking it over and almost falling to the ground himself. Cobb's face went slack. Graham, Shep, and Jake made wordless, startled sounds and moved away, raising their hands to their faces. Carter took a step backward. That was almost like a nervous twitch. Silence filled the room like a cold sweat. The innkeeper frowned. They can't have made it this far west yet, he said softly. If not for the distant silence, it is unlikely anyone would have heard him, but they did. Their eyes pulled away from the thing on the table to stare mutely at the red-haired innkeeper. Jake found his voice first. You know what this is? The innkeeper's eyes distant. Scrael, he said distractedly. I thought the mountains... Scrael, Jake broke in. Blackened body of God, Coat. You've seen these things before? What? The red-haired innkeeper looked up sharply, as if suddenly remembering where he was. Oh, no. Of course not. Seeing he was the only one within arm's length of the thing, he took a measured step away. Just something I heard. They stared at him. Do you remember the trader that came through about 2 span ago? They all nodded. Bastard tried to charge me 10 pennies for a half a pound of salt. Cobb said reflexively, repeating the complaint for perhaps the 100th time. Wish I'd bought some, Jake mumbled. Graham nodded in silent agreement. He was a filthy shim, Cobb spat, seeming to find comfort in familiar words. I might pay 2 in a time, but 10 is robbery. Not if there are more of those on the road, Shep said darkly. All eyes went back to the thing on the table. He told me that he'd heard of them near Melcombe, Coates said, quickly, watching everyone's faces as they studied the thing on the table. I thought he was just trying to drive up his prices. What else did he say? Carter asked. The innkeeper looked thoughtful for a moment, then shrugged. I didn't get the whole story. He was only in town for a couple hours. I don't like spiders, the smith's apprentice said. He remained on the other side of the table, some 15 feet away. Cover it up. It's not a spider, Jake said. It's got no eyes. It's got no mouth either. Carter partied out. How does it eat? What does it eat? Shep said darkly. The innkeeper continued to eye the thing curiously. He leaned closer, stretching out a hand. Everyone edged even farther away from the table. Careful, Carter said. Its feet are sharp as knives. More like razors, Coates said. His long fingers brushed the thing's black, featureless body. It's smooth and hard, like pottery. Don't go messing with it, the smith's apprentice said. Moving carefully, the innkeeper took one of the long, smooth legs and tried to break it with both hands like a stick. Not pottery, he amended. He set it against the edge of the table and leaned his weight against it. It broke with a sharp... more like stone. He looked up at Carter. How did it get all these cracks? He pointed at all the thin fractures that crazed the smooth black surface of the body. Oh, Nellie fell on it, Carter said. It jumped out of a tree and started to climb all over her, cutting her up with his feet. It moved so fast, I didn't even know what was going on. Carter finally sank into the chair at Graham's urging. She got tangled in her harness and fell on it. Broke one of its legs. Then it came after me, got on me, crawling all over. He crossed his arms in front of his bloody chest and shuddered. I managed to get it off of me and stomped as hard as I could. Then it got on me again. He trailed off, face ashen. The innkeeper nodded to himself as he continued to prod the thing. There's no blood, no organs. It's just gray inside. He poked at it with a finger, like a mushroom. The innkeeper nodded to himself as he continued to prod the thing. Oh my god, I said the same thing. Great Telu, just leave it alone, the smith apprentice begged. Sometimes spiders twitch even after you kill them. Listen to yourselves, Cobb said scathingly. Spiders don't get as big as pigs. You know what that is. He looked around, making eye contact with each of them. It's a demon. They looked at the broken thing. Oh, come on now, Jake said, disagreeing mostly out of habit. It's not like... He made an inarticulate gesture. It's not... It can't just... Everyone knew what he was thinking. Certainly there were demons in the world, but they were like Telu's angels. They were like heroes and kings. They belonged in stories. They belonged out there. Tamerlane the Great called up fire and lightning to destroy demons. Telu broke them in his hands and sent them howling into the nameless void. Your childhood friend didn't stomp one to death on the road to Braden Burt. It was ridiculous. Coach ran his hand through his red hair, then broke the silence. There's one way to tell for sure, he said, reaching into his pocket. Iron or fire. He brought out a bulging leather purse. In the name of God, Graham pointed out. Demons fear three things: cold iron, clean fire, and the holy name of God. The innkeeper's mouth pressed into a straight thin line that was not quite a frown. Of course, he said as he emptied his purse onto the table, then fingered through the jumbled coins, heavy silver talents and thin silver bits, copper jots, broken halfpennies, and iron drabs. Does anyone have a shim? Just use a drab. That's good iron, Jake said. I don't want good iron. A drab has too much carbon in it. It's almost steel. He's right, Smith's apprentice said, except it's not carbon. You use coke to make steel, coke and lime. The innkeeper nodded deferentially to the boy. You know best, young master. It's your business after all. His long fingers finally found a shim in the pile of coins. Here we are. He held it up. What will it do? Jake asked. Oh, iron kills demons. Cobb's voice was uncertain. But this one's already dead. It might not do anything. One way to find out. The innkeeper met each of their eyes briefly, as if measuring them. Then he turned purposely back to the table and they edged farther away. Coat pressed the iron shim to the black side of the creature, and there was a short, sharp, crackling sound, like a pine log snapping in a hot fire. Everyone startled, and then relaxed when the black thing remained motionless. Cobb and the others exchanged shaky smiles, like a boy spooked by a ghost story. Their smiles went as sour as the room filled with the sweet. Their smiles went sour as the room filled with the sweet, acrid smell of rotting flowers and burning hair. The innkeeper pressed the shim onto the table with a sharp click. Well, he said, brushing his hands against the apron. I guess that settles that. What do we do now? Hours later, the innkeeper stood at the doorway of the waystone and let his eyes relax to the darkness. Footprints of lamplight from the inn's windows fell across the dirt road and into the doors of the smithy across the way. It was not a large road, nor well traveled. It didn't seem to lead anywhere like as some roads do. The innkeeper drew a deep breath of autumn air and looked around restlessly, as if waiting for something to happen. He called himself Coat. He had chosen that name carefully when he came to this place. He had taken a new name for most of the usual reasons, and for a few unusual ones as well. Not the least of which was the fact that names were important to him. Looking up, he saw 1,000 stars glittering in the deep velvet of a night with no moon. He knew them all, their stories, their names. He knew them in a familiar way, the way he knew his own hands. Locking the door, Coat sighed without knowing it and went back inside. Looking down, Coat sighed without knowing it and went back inside. He locked the door and shuttered the wide windows of the inn, as if to distance himself from the stars and all their varied names. He swept the floor methodically, catching all the corners. He washed the tables and the bar, moving with patient efficiency. At the end of an hour's work, the water in his bucket was still clean enough for a lady to wash her hands in. Finally, he pulled a stool behind the bar and began to polish the vast array of bottles nestled between the two huge barrels. He wasn't nearly as crisp as efficient about this chore as he had been with the others, and it soon became obvious the polishing was only excuse to touch and hold. He even hummed a little, although he did not realize it, and would have stopped himself if he had known. As he turned the bottles in his long, graceful hands, the familiar motion eased a few tired lines from his face, making him seem younger. Certainly not yet 30. Not even near 30. Young for an innkeeper. Young for a man with so many tired lines on his face. Coat came to the top of the stairs and opened the door. His room was austere, almost monkish. There was a black stone fireplace in the center of the room, a pair of chairs, a small desk. The only furniture was a narrow bed with a large, dark chest at its foot. Nothing decorated the walls or covered the wooden floor. There were footsteps in the hall, and a young man stepped into the room, carrying a bowl of stew that steamed and smelled of pepper. He was dark and charming. With a quick smile and cunning eyes. "You haven't been this late in the span of days," he said, as he handed over the bowl. "There must have been good stories tonight, Reshi." Reshi was another of the innkeeper's names, a nickname almost. The sound of it tugged one corner of his mouth into a wry smile as he sank into the deep chair in front of the fire. "So, what did you learn today, Bast?" "Today, master, I learned why great lovers have better eyesight than great scholars." "And why is that, Bast?" Coat asked, amusement touching the edges of his voice. Bast closed the door and returned to sit in the second chair, turning it to face his teacher and the fire. He moved with a strange delicacy and grace, as if he were close to dancing. "Well, Reshi, all the rich books are found inside where the light is bad, but lovely girls tend to be out in the sunshine and therefore must be easy to study without risk of injuring one's eyes." "Oh, do you want a smoothie?" "Oh, no, thank you. Appreciate you." Coat nodded. But an exceptionally clever student could take a book outside, thus bettering himself without fear of lessening his much beloved faculty of sight. "I thought the same thing, Reshi. Being, of course, an exceptionally clever student. Of course. But when I found a place in the sun where I could read, a beautiful girl came along and kept me from doing anything of the sort." Bast finished with the florist. And Coat sighed. "Am I correct in assuming you didn't manage to read any of Celium Tincture today?" Bast managed to look somewhat ashamed. Looking into the fire, Coat tried to assume a stern face and failed. "Ah, Bast, I hope she was lovely as a warm wind in the shade. I'm a bad teacher to say it, but I'm glad. I don't feel up to a long bout of lessons right now." There was a moment of silence. "Carter was attacked by a Skraeling tonight." Bast's easy smile fell away like a cracked mask, leaving his face stricken and pale. The Skrael!" He came halfway to his feet, as if he would bolt from the room, then gave an embarrassed frown and forced himself back down into the chair. "How did you know?" "Who found the body?" "He's still alive, Bast." "He brought it back. There was only one." "There's no such thing as one Skraeling," Bay said flatly. "You know that." "I know," Coat said. "The fact remains there was only one." "And he killed it?" Bast said. "It couldn't have been a Skraeling. Maybe—" "Bast, it was one of the Skrael. I saw it." Coat gave him a serious look. "He was lucky, that's all. Even so, he was badly hurt. 48 stitches. I used up nearly all my gut." Coat picked up his bowl of stew. If anyone asks, tell them my grandfather was a caravan guard who taught me how to clean and stitch a wound. They were too shocked to ask about it tonight, but tomorrow some of them might get curious. I don't want that. He blew into his bowl, raising a cloud of steam around his face. What did you do with the body? I didn't do anything with it, Coat said pointedly. I'm just an innkeeper. That sort of thing is quite beyond me. Reshi, you can't just let them muddle through this on their own. Coat sighed. They took it to the priest. He did all the right things for all the right reasons. Bast opened his mouth, but Coat continued before he could say anything. Yes, I made sure the pit was deep enough. Yes, I made sure there was rowan wood in the fire. Yes, I made sure it burned long and hot before they buried it. And yes, I made sure that no one kept a piece of it as a souvenir. I'm not an idiot, you know. Bask visibly relaxed, settling back into his chair. I know you're not, Reshi, but I wouldn't trust half the people to piss leeward without help. He looked thoughtfully for a moment. I can't imagine why there was only one. Maybe they died coming over the mountains, Coat suggested. All but this one. It's possible, Bass said admitted reluctantly. Maybe it was the storm from the couple of days back, Coat pointed out. A real wagon tipper, as we used to say back in the troop. All the wind and rain might have scattered one loose from the pack. I like your first idea better, Reshi, Bass said uncomfortably. 3 or 4 Scrael would go through this town like a hot knife through butter? More like several hot knives through several dozen farmers, Bass said dryly. These people can't defend themselves. I bet there aren't 6 swords in this whole town. Not that swords would do much good against the Scrael. There was a long moment of silence, of thoughtful silence. After a moment, Bass began to fidget. Any news? Coat shook his head. They didn't get to the news tonight. Carter disrupted things while they were still telling stories. That's something, I suppose. They'll be back tomorrow night. It'll give me something to do. Coat poked his spoon idly into the stew. I should have bought the Scraling from Carter. He could have used the money for a new horse. People would come from all over to see it. We could have had some business for a change. Bass gave a speechless, the horrified look. Coat made a pacifying gesture with the hand that held the spoon. I'm joking, Bast. Still, it would have been nice. He gave a weak smile. No, Reshi, it most certainly would not have been nice, Bass said emphatically. People would have come from all over to see it, he repeated derisively. Indeed. The business would have been nice, Coat clarified. Busyness would be nice. He jabbed his spoon into the stew again. Anything would be nice. They sat for a long moment. Coat scowling down into the bowl of stew in his hands, his eyes far away. It must be awful for you here, Bast, he said at last. You must be numb with boredom. Bast shrugged. There are a few young wives in town, a scattering of daughters. He grinned like a child. I tend to make my own fun. That's good, Bast. There was another silence. Coat took down another spoonful, chewed, and swallowed. They thought it was a demon, you know. Bast shrugged. It might as well be, Reshi. It's probably the best thing for them to think. I know. I encourage them, in fact. But you know what that means. He met Bask's eyes. The blacksmith is going to be doing a brisk business in the next couple of days. Bask's expression went carefully blank. Oh. Coat nodded. I won't blame you if you want to leave, Bast. You have better places to be than this. Bast's expression was shocked. I couldn't leave, Reshi. He opened and closed his mouth a few times at a loss for words. Who else would teach me? Coates grinned, and for a moment his face showed how truly young he was. Behind the weary lines and the placid innkeeper's expression, he looked no older than his dark-haired companion. Who indeed? He gestured toward the door with a spoon. Go, do your reading then, or bother someone's daughter. I'm sure you have better things to do than watch me eat. Actually, be gone, demon, Coates said, switching to a thickly accented Temic through a handful of half of sorry. Be gone, demon, Coates said, switching to a thickly accented Temic through switching to a thickly accented Temic through half a mouthful of stew. Telus anatuzla eha. Bass burst into startled laughter and made an obscene gesture with one hand. Coates swallowed and changed languages. Aroi te dene leon. Oh, come on, Bass reproached, his smile fading away. That's just insulting. By earth and stone, I abjure you. Coat dipped his fingers into the cup by his side, flicked droplets casually in Bask's direction. Glamour be banished. With cider? Bass managed to look amused and annoyed at the same time as he daubed a bead of liquid from the front of his shirt. This better not stain. Coat took another bite of his dinner. Go soak it. If the situation becomes desperate, I recommend you avail yourself of the numerous solvent formulae extant in Psyllium Tincture, Chapter 13, I believe. Ah, fine. Bass stood up and walked to the door, stepping with his strange, casual grace. Call if you need anything. He closed the door behind himself. Coat ate slowly, mopping up the last of his stew with a piece of bread. He looked out the window as he ate, or tried to, as the lamplight turned its surface mirror-like against the dark behind it. His eyes wandered the room restlessly. The fireplace was made of the same black rock as the one downstairs. It stood in the center of the room, a minor feat of engineering, of which Coat was rather proud. The bed was small, little more than a cot, and if you were to touch it, you would find the mattress almost non-existent. A skilled observer might notice there was something his gaze avoided, the same way you avoid meeting the eye of an old lover at a formal dinner, or that of an old enemy sitting across the room in a crowded airhouse late at night. Coat tried to relax, failed, fidgeted, sighed, shifted in his seat, and without willing it, his eyes fell on the chest at the foot of the bed. It was made of roa, a rare heavy wood, dark as coal and smooth as polished glass. Prized by perfumers and alchemists, a piece this size of your thumb was easily worth gold. To have a chest made of it went far beyond extravagance. The chest was sealed 3 times. It had a lock of iron, a lock of copper, and a lock that could not be seen. Tonight the wood filled the room with the almost imperceptible aroma of citrus and quenching iron. When Coat's eyes fell on the chest, they did not dart quickly away. They did not slide slyly to the side as if they would pretend it wasn't there at all. But in a moment of looking, his face regained all the lines. The simple pleasures of the days had slowly smoothed away. The comfort of his bottles and books was eased for a second, leaving nothing behind his eyes but emptiness and ache. For a moment, fierce longing and regret warred across his face. Then they were gone, replaced by the weary face of an innkeeper, a man who called himself Coat. He sighed again, and without knowing it, pulled himself to his feet. It was a long time before he walked past the chest to bed. Once in bed, it was a long time before he slept. As Coat has guessed, they came back to the Waystone the next night for dinner and drinks. There were a few half-hearted attempts at stories, but they died out quickly. No one was in the mood. So it was still early in the evening when the discussion turned to matters of great import. They chewed over the rumors that had come into town, most of them troubling. The penitent king was having a difficult time with rebels in Resivek. This caused some concern, but only in a general way. Resivek was a long way off, and even Cobb, the most worldly of them, would be hard-pressed to find it on a map. They discussed the war in their own terms. Cobb predicted a third levy tax after the harvests were in. No one argued, though there hadn't been a 3-liter year in living memory, sorry. Jake guessed the harvest would be good enough so that third levy wouldn't break most families, except the Bentleys, who were hard on times anyway, and the Orisons, whose sheep keep disappearing, and Crazy Martin, who had planted all barley this year. Every farmer with half a brain had planted beans, and that was a good thing about the fighting. Soldiers ate beans, and prices would be high. After a few more drinks, deeper concerns were voiced. Deserter soldiers and other opportunists were thick on the roads, making even short trips risky. The roads are always bad, of course, in the same way that winter was always cold. You complained, took essential precautions, and got on with the business of living your life. But this was different. Over the last 2 months, the roads become so bad, people had stopped complaining. The last caravan had 2 wagons and 4 guards. The merchant had been asking 10 pennies for half a pound of salt, 15 for a loaf of sugar. He didn't have any pepper, or cinnamon, or chocolate. He did have 1 small sack of coffee, but he wanted 2 silver talents for it. At first, people had laughed at his prices. Then, when he held firm, folks had spat and cursed at him. That had been 2 span ago, 22 days. There had not been another serious trainer since, even though this was the season for it. So despite the third levy tax looming large in everyone's minds, people were looking in their purses and wishing they'd bought a little something, just in case snow came early. No one spoke of the previous night, of the thing they had burned and buried. Other folks were talking, of course. The town was alive with gossip. Carter's wounds ensured that the stories were taken half seriously, but not much more than half. The word demon was being spoken, but it was not with smiles half hidden behind raised hands. No, the word demon was being spoken, but it was with smiles half hidden behind raised hands. Only the 6 friends had seen the thing before it was burned. One of them had been wounded, the others had been drinking. The priest had seen it too, but it was his job to see demons. Demons were good for business. The innkeeper had seen it too, apparently, but he wasn't from around here. He couldn't know the truth that was so apparent to everyone. Born and raised in this little town, stories were told here, but they happened somewhere else. This is not a place for demons. Besides, things were bad enough without borrowing trouble. Cobb and the rest knew there was no sense in talking about it. Trying to convince folk would only make them a laughingstock, like Crazy Martin, who had been trying to dig a well inside his own house for years now. Still, each of them brought a piece of cold, wrought iron from the smith, heavy as they could swing, and none of them said what they were thinking. Instead, they complained that the roads were bad and getting worse. They talked about merchants, and deserters, and levies, and not enough salt to last the winter. They reminisced that 3 years ago, no one would even thought of locking their doors at night, let alone barring them. The conversation took a downward turn from there, and even though none of them said what they were thinking, the evening ended on a grim note. Most evenings did these days, times being what they were. So that's chapter 1 of Name of the Wind. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back, chat. We'll leave the vibes going. Don't go anywhere. chat, we're back. Oh boy. They took that away from us, chat. Back to gaming. As in, back to reading. We read chapter 1 of Name of the Wind. I lost myself. Sorry, chat. Sometimes when you go to the bathroom, just like, wait, hold on. What did I do? Like, what have I done? We are so back. No, I was asking if you're going back to gaming. No, actually. What we're going to do is we're going to finish another chapter. I think we're going to finish one more chapter, and I think we're going to move the stream along to someone else who's going to be streaming a bit. Right? We have a lot more homies that are playing on the in the Fred Hutch One Up for Survivors experience. Hold on, let me confirm. Who else is going to be online? There we go. Yep, today we have some really great people. We have someone who rated us last, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. The days have been blending together. But we have Lunchbox who's going to be coming on stream pretty soon. We'll be moving the party over there once we get finished with another chapter or two. Then we'll swing along and see where it goes. But Chad, I really appreciate y'all for sticking around and having such a relaxing Sunday with me. I don't know what Lunchbox is going to be playing today, but his streams were super nice, and I've seen him on TikTok, and I've seen him, like, first off, I want to be clear, I've seen him before we were a part of the One Up for Survivors campaign on TikTok, and then I see him as a streamer. I was like, oh snap, that's so exciting, that's super fun. So we kind of liked each other. He rated us a couple of days ago, and honestly, it was a great experience. So shout out to him. We'll be rating him at the end of the stream. Let's finish chapter 2. As is chapter 1, there's a lot of secrets. Who's Bast? Who's the innkeeper? He knows a lot more than what he's letting on. The man has some information. The man knows more than he's letting on. And the town isn't doing well. Let's see how it goes. Chapter 2, A Beautiful Day. This is Name of the Wind, Chapter 2. It was one of those perfect autumn days, so common in stories and so rare in the real world. The weather was warm and dry, ideal for ripening a field of wheat or corn. On both sides of the road, the trees were changing color. Tall poplars had gone a buttery yellow, while the shrubbery sumac encroaching the road was a tinged violent red. Only the old oaks seemed reluctant to give up the summer, and their leaves remained an even mingling of gold and green. Everything said, you couldn't hope for a nicer day to have half a dozen ex-soldiers with hunting bows relieve you of everything you owned. She's not that much of a horse, sir, chronicler said. One small step above a dray, and when it rains, she... The man cut him off with a sharp gesture. Listen, friend, the king's army is paying good money for anything with 4 legs and at least 1 eye. If you were stark mad and riding this hobbly horse down the road, I'd still take it from you. Their leader had an air of command about him. Chronicler guessed he had been a low-ranking officer not long ago. Just hop down, he said seriously. We'll get this done with, and you can be on your way. Chronicler climbed down from the horse. He had been robbed before and knew when there was nothing to be gained by discussion. These fellows knew their business. No energy was wasted on bravado or idle threats. One of them even looked over the horse, checking hooves, teeth, and harness. Two others went through his saddlebags with a military efficiency, laying all his worldly possessions out on the ground. 2 blankets, a hooded cloak, a flat leather satchel, and his heavy, well-stocked travel sack. "That's all of it, Commander," one of the men said, "except for about 20 pounds of oats." The commander knelt down and opened the flat leather satchel, peering inside. "There's nothing but pens and paper in there," Chronicler said. The commander turned to look backward over his shoulder. "You a scribe, then?" The chronicler nodded. "It's my livelihood, sir, and of no real use to you." The man looked through his satchel, found it to be true, and set it aside. Then he appended the travel sack onto Chronicler's spread cloak and poked idly through its contents. He took most of the Chronicler's salt and pair of bootlaces. Then, much to the scribe's dismay, he picked up the shirt Chronicler had bought back in Linwood. It was a fine linen, dyed a deep royal blue, too nice for traveling. Chronicler hadn't even had a chance to wear it yet. He sighed. The commander left everything else lying on his cloak and got to his feet. The officer took turns going through the chronicler's things. The commander spoke up. "You only have one blanket, don't you, Jans?" One of the men nodded. "Take one of his then. You'll need a second before the winter's through." "His cloak is in better shape than mine, sir." "Take it, but leave yours. The same for you, Whitkins. Leave your old tinderbox if you're taking his." "I lost mine, sir," Whitkins said. "Everything else I would." The whole process was surprisingly civilized. Chronicler lost all of his needles but one, both extra pairs of socks, a bundle of dry fruit, a small loaf of sugar, half a bottle of alcohol, and a pair of ivory dice. They left him the rest of his clothes, his dried meat, and half-eaten loaf of incredibly stale rye bread. His flat leather satchel remained untouched. While the men repacked his travel sack, the commander turned to Chronicler. "Let's have the purse, then." Chronicler handed it over. "And the ring. There's hardly any silver in it," Chronicler mumbled as he unscrewed it from his finger. "What's that around your neck?" Chronicler unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a dull ring of metal hanging from a leather cord. "It's just iron, sir." The commander came close and rubbed it between his fingers before letting it fall against the chronicler's chest. "Keep it, then. I'm not one to come between a man and his religion," he said, then emptied the purse into one hand, making a pleasantly surprised noise that he prodded through the coins with his finger. "Scribing plays better than I thought," he said as he began to count out shares to his men. "I don't suppose you can spare me a penny or two out of that?" the chronicler asked. "Just enough for a couple of hot meals?" The 6 men turned to look at Chronicler, as if they couldn't quite believe what they had just heard. The commander laughed. "God's body, you certainly have a heavy pair, don't you?" There was a grudging respect in his voice. "You seem like a reasonable fellow," the chronicler said with a shrug. "And a man's got to eat." Their leader smiled for the first time, a sentiment I can agree with. He took 2 pennies and brandished them before putting them back at the chronicler's purse. "Here's a pair for your pair, then." He tossed Chronicler the purse and stuffed the beautiful royal blue shirt into his saddlebag. "Thank you, sir," Chronicler said. "You might want to know that bottle one of your men took is wood alcohol I use for cleaning my pens. It'll go badly if he drinks it." The commander smiled and nodded. "You see what comes of treating people well?" he said to his men as he pulled himself onto his horse. "It's been a pleasure, Sir Scribe. If you get on your way now, you can still make Abbott's Ford by dark." When Chronicler could no longer hear the hoofbeats of the distance, he repacked his travel sack, making sure everything was well stowed. Then he tugged off one of his boots, stripped out the lining, and removed a tightly wrapped bundle of coins stuffed deep into the toe. He moved some of those into his purse, then unfastened his pants, produced another bundle of coins from underneath several layers of clothes, and moved some of that money into his purse as well. The key was to find the proper amount in your purse. Too little, and they would be disappointed and prone to look for more. Too much, and they would be excited and might get greedy. There was a third bundle of coins baked into the stale loaf of bread that only the most desperate of criminals would be interested in. He left that alone for now. as well as the whole silver talent he had in a jar of ink. Over the years, he had come to think of that last as more of a luck piece. No one had ever found that. He had to admit, it was probably the most civil robbery he's ever been through. They had been genteel, efficient, but not terribly savvy. Losing the horse and saddle was hard, but he could buy another in Abbotsford and still have enough money to live comfortably until he finished his foolishness and met up with Scarpy and Treya. Feeling an urgent call of nature, Chronicler pushed his way through the blood-red sumac, the side of the road. As he was unrebuttoning his pants, there was a sudden motion in the underbrush as a dark shape thrashed his way free of some nearby bushes. Chronicler staggered back, crying out in alarm before realizing it was nothing more than a crow beating its wings into flight. Chuckling at his own foolishness, he straightened his clothes and made his way back to the road through the sumac, brushing away invisible strands of spiderweb that clung tickling his face. As he shouldered his travel sack and satchel, Chronicler found himself feeling remarkably lighthearted. The worst had happened, and it hadn't been that bad. A breeze tussled through the trees, sending poplar trees spinning like golden coins down the rutted dirt road. It was a beautiful day. Wood and Word, Chapter 3. Yeah, let's read Chapter 3. I love this book so much. We've introduced the Chronicler, and we've introduced the innkeeper, Bast, and the town and the setting that they lived in. What I love about this book, honestly, is that it sets up a lot of world building in like one or two or three chapters, where you kind of feel that times are rough for everyone, and they're feeling it. Everyone is feeling it. Even the people who are less incentivized, like not around to really feel it, they're feeling it. Everything is happening on them. The world building in this book, they kind of show and tell a little bit, but they do a lot more showing. They explain things a lot. If you haven't had a chance to read this book, I recommend it. I recommend the audiobook. I recommend reading the book. I recommend getting the physical copy. I believe either it was my wife it's either a good friend or a wife. My wife recommended me this book. I don't recall. I believe, because I remember reading it when I was in Spain. I used to live in Spain for a while, chat. I used to have some really good times. Okay, good. Let's finish chapter 3. Chapter 3. Why are we at chapter 2? Chapter 3. Wood and Word. Coates was leafing idly through a book, trying to ignore the silence of the empty inn, when the door opened and Graham backed into the room. Just got done with it. Graham maneuvered through the maze of tables with exaggerated care. I was going to bring it in last night, but then I thought one last coat of oil, rub it, and let dry. Can't say I'm sorry I did. Lord and lady, it's as beautiful as anything in these hands have ever made. Small line formed between the innkeeper's eyebrow. Then, seeing the flat bundle in the man's arms, he brightened. Ah, the mounting board. Coat smiled tiredly. I'm sorry, Graham. It's been too long. I almost forgotten. Graham gave him a bit of a strange look. 4 months ain't long for wood all the way from Oregon, not with the roads being as bad as they are. 4 months, echoed Coat. He saw Graham watching him and hurried to add, that can be a lifetime if you're waiting for something. He tried to smile reassuringly, but it came out sickly. In fact, the innkeeper himself seemed rather sickly. Not exactly unhealthy, but hollow. Wan. Like a plant that's been moved into the wrong sort of soil, lacking something vital, has begun to wilt. Graham noted the difference. The innkeeper's gestures weren't extravagant. His voice wasn't as deep. Even his eyes weren't as bright as they once were. A month ago, their color seemed duller. There were less sea foam, less green grass than they had been. Now they were like a river weed, like the bottom of a green glass bottle. And his hair had been right before, the color of flame. Now it just seemed red. Just red hair color, really. Coat drew back the cloth and looked underneath. The wood was a dark charcoal color with a black grain, heavy as a sheet of iron. 3 dark pegs were set above the wood, chiseled into the 3 dark pegs were set above a word was chiseled into the wood. Folly, Graham read. Odd name for a sword. Coat nodded, his face carefully blank. How much do I owe you? He asked quietly. Graham thought for a moment. After what you've given me to cover the cost of the wood, there was a cunning glimmer into the man's eye. Around 1 in 3, Coat handed over 2 talents. Keep the rest. It's difficult wood to work with. That it is, he said with some satisfaction. Like stone under the saw. Try a chisel, like iron. Then after all the shouting was done, I couldn't char it. I noticed that, Coat said with a flicker of curiosity, running a finger along the darker groove the letters made in the wood. How did you manage it? Well, Graham said smugly, after wasting half a day, I took it over to the smithy. Me and my boys managed to sear it with a hot iron. Took us better than 2 hours to get it black. Not a wisp of smoke, but it made the stink like old leather and clover. Damnedest thing. What sort of wood doesn't burn? Graham waited a minute, but the innkeeper gave no signs of having heard. Where would you like me to hang it then? Coat roused himself enough to take a look around the room. You can leave that to me, I think. I haven't quite decided where to put it. Graham lit a handful of iron nails and bid the innkeeper a good day. Coat remained at the bar, idly running his hands over the wood and the word. Before long, Bass came out of the kitchen and looked over his teacher's shoulder. There was a long moment of silence, like the tribute given to the dead. Eventually, Bass spoke up. May I ask a question, Reshi? Coat smiled gently. Always, Bass. A troublesome question? Those tend to be the only worthwhile kind. They remained staring at the object on the bar for another silent moment, as if trying to commit to memory. Folly. Bass struggled for a moment, opening his mouth and closing it with a frustrated look, then repeated the process. On with it, Coat said finally. What were you thinking? Bass said with an odd mixture of confusion and concern. Coat was a long while in answering. I tend to think too much, Bass. My greatest successes came from decisions I made when I stopped thinking and simply did what I felt right. Even if there were no good explanation for what I did, he smiled wistfully. Even if there were very good reasons for me not to do what I did. Bast ran a hand along the side of his face. So you're trying to avoid second-guessing yourself? Coates hesitated. You could say that, he admitted. I could say that, Reshi, Bast said smugly. You, on the other hand, would complicate things needlessly. Coates struggled and turned his eyes back to the mounting board. Nothing to do but to find a place for it to expose. Out here? His Bast's expression was horrified. Coat grinned wickedly, a measure of vitality coming back into his face. Of course. He seemed to savor Bast's reaction. He looked speculatively at the walls and pursed his lips. Where did you put it anyway? In my room, under my bed. Coat nodded distractedly, still looking at the walls. Go get it then. He made a small shooing gesture with one hand, and Bast hurried off looking unhappy. The bar was decorated with glittering bottles, and Coat was standing on the now vacant counter between the 2 heavy oak barrels when Bast came into the room, black scabbard swinging loosely from one hand. Coat paused in the act of setting the mounting board atop one of the barrels and cried out in dismay. Careful, Bast, you're carrying a lady there, not swinging some wench at a barn dance. Bast stopped in his tracks and dutifully gathered it up in both hands before walking the rest of the way to the bar. Coat pounded a pair of nails into the wall, twisted some wire, and he hung the mounting board firmly on the wall. Hand it up, would you? He asked with an odd catch in his voice. Using both hands, Bast held it up to him, looking for a moment like a squire offering up a sword to some bright-armored knight. But there was no knight here, just an innkeeper, just a man in an apron who called himself Coat. He took the sword from Bast and stood upright on the counter behind the bar. He drew the sword without a flourish. It shone like a dull gray white in the room's autumn light. It had the appearance of a new sword. It was not notched nor rusted. There were no bright scratches skittering across its dull gray side. But though it was unmarred, it was old. And while it was obviously a sword, it was not a familiar shape. At least no one in this town would have found it familiar. It looked as if an alchemist had distilled a dozen swords, and from when the crucible had cooled, this was lying in its bottom, a sword in its pure form. It was slender and graceful. It was deadly as a sharp stone beneath swift water. Coat held it a moment. His hand did not shake. Then he set the sword on the mounting board. Its gray-white metal shone against the dark roa behind it. While the handle could be seen, it was dark enough to be almost indistinguishable from the wood. The word beneath it, black against blackness, seemed to reproach folly. Coat climbed down, and for a moment he and Bast stood side by side, silently looking up. Bast broke the silence. It is rather striking, he said, as if he regretted the truth. But he trailed off, trying to find appropriate words. He shuddered. Coat clapped him on the back, oddly cheerful. Oh, don't bother being disturbed on my account. He seemed more lively now, as if his activity lent him energy. I like it, he said with sudden conviction, and hung the black scabbard from one of the mounting board's pegs. Then there were things to be done, bottles to be polished and put back in place, lunch to be made, lunch clutter to be cleaned. Things were cheerful for a while, in a pleasant, bustling way. The two talked of small matters as they worked, and when they moved around a great deal, it was obvious they were reluctant to finish whatever task they were close to completing, as if they both dreaded the moment when the work would end and the silence would fill the room again. Then something odd happened. The door opened in, and noise poured into the waystone like a gentle wave. People bustled in, talking and dropping bundles of belongings. They chose tables and threw their coats over the backs of chairs. One man, wearing a shirt of heavy metal rings, unbuckled a sword and leaned it against the wall. 2 or 3 wore knives on their belts. 4 or 5 called for drinks. Coat and Bast watched for a moment, then moved swiftly into action. Coat smiled and began pouring drinks. Bast started outside to see if there were horses that needed stabling. In 10 minutes, the inn was a different place. Coins rang on the bar. Cheese and fruit were set on platters, and a large copper pot was hung to simmer in the kitchen. Men moved tables and chairs about to better suit their group of nearly a dozen people. Coat identified them as they came in. 2 men and 2 women, wagoners, rough from the years of being outside and smiling to be spending a night out of the wind. 3 guards with hard eyes, smelling of iron. A tinker with a pot-belly and ready smile showing his few remaining teeth. 2 men, young men, one sandy-haired, one dark, well-dressed and well-spoken, travelers sensible enough to hook up with a larger group for protection on the road. The settling-in period lasted an hour or 2. Prices of rooms were dickered over. Friendly arguments started about who slept with whom. Minor necessities were brought in from wagons or saddlebags. Baths were requested and water heated. Hay was taken to the horses. Coat topped off the oil in all the lamps. The tinker hurried outside to make use of the remaining daylight. He walked his 2-wheel mule cart through the town streets. Children crowded about, begging for candies and stories and shims. When it became apparent that nothing was going to be handed out, most of them lost interest. They formed a circle with a boy in the middle and started to clap, keeping a beat with a child's song that had been ages old when their grandparents had chanted it. When the hearth fire turns to blue, what to do, what to do. Run outside, run and hide. Laughing, the boy in the middle tried to break out of the circle while the other children pushed him back. Tinker! The old man's voice rang out like a bell. Pot mender, knife grinder, willow wand and water finder, cut cork, mother leaf, silk scarves off the city streets, writing paper, sweetmeats. This drew the attention of the children. They flocked back to him, making a small parade as he walked down the street, singing, belt leather, black pepper, fine lace and bright feather, tinker in town, come tonight, gone tomorrow. Working through the evening light, come wife, come daughter, I've small cloth and rose water. After a couple of minutes, he settled outside the waystone, setting up his sharpening wheel and began to grind a knife. As the adults began to gather around the old man, the children returned to their game. A girl in the center of the circle put one hand over her eyes, tried to catch the other children as they ran away, clapping and chanting. When his eyes are as black as crow, where to go, where to go, near and far, here they are. The tinker dealt with everyone in turn, sometimes 2 or 3 at a time. He traded sharp knives for dull ones and a small coin. He sold shears and needles, copper pots and small bottles that wives hid quickly after buying them. He traded buttons and bags of cinnamon and salt, limes from Tinue, chocolate from Tarbian, polished horn from Eroe, all while the children continued to sing. See a man without a face, move like ghosts from place to place. What's their plan? What's their plan? Chandrian, Chandrian. Coat guessed the travelers had been together a month or so, long enough to become comfortable with each other, but not long enough to be squabbling over small things. They smelled of road dust and horses. He breathed it in like perfume. Best of all was the noise. Leather creaking, men laughing, the fire cracked and spat, the women's flirted. Someone even knocked over a chair. For the first time in a long while, there was no silence in the Waystone Inn. Or if there was, it was too faint to be noticed or too well hidden. Coat was in the middle of it all, always moving, like a man tending a large, complex machine, ready with a drink just as a person called for it. He talked and listened in the right amounts. He laughed at jokes, shook hands, smiled, and whisked coins off the bar as if he truly needed the money. Then, when the time for songs came and everyone had sung their favorites and still wanted more, Coat led them from behind the bar, clapping to keep a beat. With the fire shining in his hair, he sang Tinker Tanner, more verses than anyone had heard before, and no one minded in the least. Hours later, the common room had a warm, jovial feel to it. Coat was kneeling at the hearth, building up the fire, when someone spoke to him. Kvothe. The innkeeper turned, wearing a slightly confused smile. Sir? It was one of the well-dressed travelers. He swayed a little. You're Kvothe. Coat, he said. Sir. Coat Okay. No, I'm confused. I don't know how to pronounce his name. I never really knew how to pronounce the main character's name, his real true name. I call him Kvothe, but he calls himself Coat. So let's do it that way. Coat, sir, Coat replied in an indulgent tone that mothers use on children and innkeepers use on drunks. Kvothe the Bloodless. The man pressed ahead with the dogged persistence of the inebriated. You looked familiar, but I couldn't finger it. He smiled proudly and tapped a finger to his nose. Then I heard you sing, and I knew it was you. I heard you in Emre once, cried my eyes out afterward. I'd never heard anything like that before or since. Broke my heart. The young man's sentences grew jumbled as he continued, but his face remained earnest. I know it couldn't be you, but then I thought it was. Even though. But who else has your hair? He shook his head, trying unsuccessfully to clear it. I saw the place in Emre where you killed him, by the fountain. The cobblestones are all shattered. He found and concentrated on the word. Shattered. They say no one can mend them. The sandy-haired man paused again. Squinting for focus, he seemed surprised by the innkeeper's reaction. The red-haired man was grinning. Are you saying I look like Kvothe? The Kvothe? I've always thought so myself. I have an engraving of him in my back. My assistant teases me for it. Would you tell him what you just told me? Kote threw a final log on the fire and stood. As he stepped from the hearth, one of the legs twisted beneath him, and as he fell heavy to the floor, knocking over a chair. Several of the travelers hurried over, but the innkeeper was already on his feet, waving people back into their seats. No, I'm fine. Sorry to startle anyone. In spite of his grin, it was obvious he'd hurt himself. His face was tight with pain, and he leaned heavy on a chair for support. Took an arrow to a knee on my way through the Elds 3 summers ago. It gives out every now and then. He grimaced and he said wistfully, it's what made me give up the good life on the road. He reached down to touch his oddly bent leg tenderly. One of the mercenaries spoke up. I put a poultice on that, or it'll swell terrible. Coates touched it again and nodded. I think you're wise, sir. He turned to the sandy-haired man who stood swaying slightly by the fireplace. Could you do me a favor, son? The man nodded dumbly. Just close the flue. Coat gestured toward the fireplace. Bast, would you help me upstairs? Bast hurried over and drew Coat's arm around his shoulders. Coat leaned on him with every other step as they made their way through the doorway and up the stairs. Arrow in the leg, Bast asked under his breath. Are you really that embarrassed for taking a little fall? Thank God you're as gullible as they are, Coat said it sharply as soon as they were out of sight. He began to curse under his breath as he climbed a few more steps, his knee obviously uninjured. Bast's eyes widened, then narrowed. Coat stopped at the top of the stairs and rubbed his eyes. One of them knows who I am. Coat frowned. Suspects. Which one? Bast asked with a mix of apprehension and anger. Green shirt, sandy hair, the one nearest to me by the fireplace. Give him something to make him sleep. He's already been drinking. No one will think it twice if he happens to pass out. Bast thought briefly. Nightmane? Sorry, Nymane? No, Menka. Bast raised an eyebrow, but nodded. Coat straightened. Listen 3 times, Bast. Bast blinked once and nodded. Coat spoke crisply and cleanly. I was a city-licensed escort from Raelian, wounded while successfully defending a caravan. Arrow in the right knee. 3 years ago. Summer. A grateful Kaldish merchant gave me money to start an inn. His name was Deolin. We were traveling from Purvis. Mention it casually. Do you have it? I hear you 3 times, Reshi. Bast replied formally. Go. Half an hour later, Bast brought in a bowl to his master's room, reassuring him that everything was well downstairs. Coat nodded and gave terse instructions that he not be disturbed for the rest of the night. Closing the door behind himself, Bast's expression was worried. He stood at the top of the stairs for some time, trying to think of something he can do. It is hard to say what troubled Bast so much. Coat didn't seem noticeably changed in any way, except, perhaps, that he moved a little slower. And whatever small spark the night activity had lit behind his eyes was dimmer now. In fact, it could hardly be seen. In fact, it may have not been there at all. Coat sat in the front of the fire and ate his meal mechanically, as if he were simply finding a place inside himself to keep the food. After the last bite, he sat staring into nothing, not remembering what he had eaten or what it tasted like. The fire snapped, making him blink and look around the room. He looked at his hands, one curled inside the other, resting in its lap. After a moment, he lifted and spread them, as if warming them by the fire. They were graceful, with long, delicate fingers. He watched them intently, as if expecting them to do something on their own. Then he lowered them to his lap, one hand lightly cupping the other, and returned to watching the fire. Expressionless, motionless, he sat there until there was nothing left but gray ash and dully glowing coals. As he was undressing for bed, the fire flared. The red light traced faint lines across his body, across his back and arms. All the scars were smooth and silver, streaking him like lightning, like lines of gentle remembering. The flare flame revealed them all briefly, old wounds and new. All the scars were smooth and silver, except one. The fire flickered and died. Slept met him like a lover in an empty bed. The travelers left early in the next morning. Bass tended to their needs, explaining his master's knee was swollen quite badly, and he didn't feel up for taking to the stairs so early in the day. Everyone understood, except for the sandy-haired merchant son, who was so groggy and too groggy to understand much of anything. The guards exchanged smiles and rolled their eyes while the tinker gave an impromptu sermon on the subject of temperance. Bass recommended several unpleasant hangover cures. After they left, Bass tended to the inn, which was no great chore, as there were no customers. Most of the time he was spent trying to find ways to amuse himself. Sometime after noon, Coat came down the stairs to find him crushing walnuts with the bar of a heavy leather book. "Good morning, Reshi," Bass said brightly. "Good morning, Bast," Coat said. "Any news? The Orson boy stopped by. Want to know if we need any mutton." Coat nodded almost as if he had been suspecting the news. "How much did you order?" Bass made a face. "I hate mutton, Reshi. It tastes like wet mittens." Coat shrugged, and made his way to the door. "Got some errands to run. Keep an eye on things, will you?" "I always do." Outside the Waystone Inn, the air lay still and heavy on the empty dirt road that ran through the center of town. The sky was a featureless gray sheet of cloud that looked as if it wanted to rain but couldn't work up the energy. Coat walked across the street to open front of the smithy. The smith wore his hair cropped short and his beard thick and bushy. As Coat watched, he carefully drove a pair of nails through a scythe's blade collar, fixing it firmly onto the curved wooden handle. "Hello, Caleb." The smith leaned the scythe up against the wall. "What can I do for you, Master Coat?" "Did the Orson boys stop by your place too?" Caleb nodded. "They still losing sheep?" "Actually, some of the old lost ones finally turned up. Torn up awful, practically shredded." "Wolves?" Coat asked. The smith shrugged. "It's just the wrong time of year, but what else could it be? A bear? I guess they're just selling off what they can't watch over properly, them being short-handed and all." "Short-handed?" "Had to let their hired man go because of taxes, and their oldest son took the king's coin early in the summer. He's off fighting the rebels in Menat now." "Menaris," Coat corrected gently. "If you see that boy again, let them know I'd be willing to buy about 3 halves." "I'll do that." The smith gave an innkeeper a knowing look. Is there anything else?" "Well," Coat looked away, suddenly self-conscious. "I was wondering if you had any wrought iron lying around," he said, not meeting the smith's eye. "It doesn't have to be anything fancy, mind you. Just plain old pig iron would do nicely." Caleb chuckled. "I didn't know if you were going to stop by at all. Old Cobb and the rest came a day before you yesterday." He walked over to a workbench and lifted up a piece of canvas. "I made a couple of extras just in case." Coat picked up a rod of iron about 2 feet long and swung it casually with one hand. Clever man. "I know my business," the smith said smugly. "Need anything else?" "Actually," Coat said, as he settled the bar of iron comfortably against his shoulder. There is one other thing. Do you have a spare apron and set of forge gloves? Could have, Caleb had said hesitantly. Why? There's an old bramble patch behind the inn. Coat nodded in the direction of the waystone. I'm thinking of tearing it up so I can put a garden in next year, but I don't fancy losing half my skin to do it. The smith nodded and gestured for Coat to follow him in the back of the shop. I've got my old set, he said as he dug out a pair of heavy gloves and a stiff leather apron. Both were charred dark in places and stained with grease. They're not pretty, but they'll keep the worst off of you, I suppose. What are they worth to you? Coat asked, reaching for his purse. The smith shook his head. A jot would be great plenty. They're no good for me or the boy. The innkeeper handed over a coin, and the smith stuffed them into an old burlap sack. You sure you want to do it now? The smith asked. We haven't had rain in a while. The ground will be softer after the spring thaw. Coat shrugged. My granda always told me that fall is the time to root up something you don't want coming back to trouble you. Coat mimicked the quaver in old man's voice. Things are too full of life in the spring months. In the summer they're too strong and won't let go. Autumn, he looked around at the changing of leaves on the trees. Autumn's the time. In autumn, everything is tired and ready to die. Later that afternoon, Coat sent Bass to catch up on his sleep. Then he moved listlessly around the inn, doing small jobs left over the night before. There were no customers. When evenings finally came, he lit the lamps and began to page disinterestedly through a book. Fall was supposed to be the year's busiest time, but travelers were scarce lately. Coat knew with a bleak certainty how long winter would be. He closed the inn early, something he had never done before. He didn't bother sweeping. The floor didn't need it. He didn't wash the tables or the bar. None had been used. He polished a bottle or two, locked the door, and went to bed. There was no one around to notice the difference. No one except Bast, who watched his master and worried and waited. So that is the end of chapter 3. As you can tell, this is a very good book. As you can tell, I think it's a very good book. Let's just be real. I can read this all day. Oh my goodness. Have we been reading this all day? No, we've been reading for like 2 hours. That's exciting. Chat, we have read chapter 3. We have read Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss. I love this book. It's such a phenomenal bit of fantasy writing that lures you in with some great characters, some great people. I thoroughly enjoy this book. I highly recommend taking a look at it if you get a chance. Oh my goodness. But that's it. We have done the stream. We have done it. I am done. I've finished 2 chapters. Sorry, 3 chapters. I really appreciate it. And thank you so very much for the donation. You should read to us all the time. Well, okay, maybe we should do more reading, another reading stream some other time. I really enjoyed it. I had a blast, but my voice is starting to go. I can tell. No, I have some water. I've been drinking it. Well, not on stream, off stream, but I think it's over the fact
Drink water,
that
you dehydrated bitch!
I was yelling yesterday, and my voice is tired, chat. My voice is tired. But it was a great stream, regardless, chat. I had a blast and a half. I really appreciate you all so much for coming through. It has been a blast. I've been enjoying it so much, immensely. But today, chat, we are going to raid Lunchbox and see if they're online. I'm going to take a look. Lunchbox, let's see.
even above a Gloom, which is...
Wow!
Thank you so very much. Great job hitting my goal. 100%. It was all thanks to you. Thank you so very much. All told, we still have a couple more days left of streaming for One Up for Survivors. We'll be playing some more games tomorrow, but because today is Sunday, right? Because I keep forgetting it's next week. Right? We'll be playing some more games tomorrow. We will surpass our goal even more. I know, especially with the amount of deaths we have about, what, 200 or so deaths, which means an extra $200 that are going to be donated to Fred Hutch. Really exciting. That puts us at around, what, $800 something, but we could even more if you keep donating more next streams. I really appreciate all the support, and shout out to Camilla for all the subs, for all the donations, and the tea. Really great work. Looks like Lunchbox is not online right now. We're gonna check out if this other person is on. Oh yeah. Okay, chat. Yeah, I know what we're doing. We're switching it up to something a little bit more fun.
That answers that. No, it's not going to count.
I've met this, instead of Lunchbox, who's not online right now, we're going to be raiding a guy named Broccoli Toast. He's also streaming for Fred Hutch, and he's playing Spyro the Dragon, one of my all-time favorite video games. So come take a look, have fun. We're going to be hanging out with him. So we're going to be calling the homie raid is going to Broccoli Toast. So thank you all so very much. I appreciate y'all. Have a good night, and I'll see y'all in the next one. So give some love. Don't go anywhere, but we're going to be giving some love to Broccoli Toast. Let's make that happen right now. Oh my god, I have to click buttons to do that. How do I do that, chat? How do I do that? How do I do that? Boom. Beautiful. Oh, he's playing the original. He's playing the remastered originals. Because I can see what he... Oh, yeah. I'm very excited, chat. Let's take a look. Let's have fun. Let's have fun with him. Let's see you later, y'all.
I have no idea, dude. Jeez Louise. Hey, Gara. Garatsu? Is that how I didn't actually ask you in person how to say your name. Thanks for the raid. How's it going? I was lurking earlier. Brilliant, brother. Very nice. I have no idea how to say your name. Mininci? How's it going? Yes, Spyro indeed.